I'll bring it back, but stream's live. Ugga booga?
Ugga booga.
Ugga booga. Ugga booga.
Ugga booga booga.
God, I've been in this chair too much actually, man. I like ooh. Ooh. Hold on.
What do you want me to do about
Stretch time. Well, Ronnie, you know what, Ronnie? I feel bad about it. It's been tearing me up that you would do that to me.
Wait, what'd he do?
I tried to kill Gruff.
Yeah, what the heck? Like, all the party members were instantly like, alright, let's kill him.
Yeah, even Bellanovan was like, alright, time to kill Gruff.
Like, what?
Guess I know what I'm worth to my party now.
Well, as soon as some, like, women come into the picture, it all, like, changes.
Oh, yeah, that's, see? Yeah, we were all cool.
Ruin
And then
everything.
women show up. See, I wasn't going to say it, but if you can say it, now it's cool.
That's why I'm here for you, babe.
Thanks. 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 Been subbed to this clown for 33 months and I haven't received a single goblin? I don't know what that means.
Goblin.
Watchtower 81. Thank you. Here's a goblin watchtower. Thank you for subscribing. Everyone gets one. Cudsworth, thank you. Here's a goblin.
What? I want a goblin.
You're not subbed to me.
Well, it was. Before.
When
Remember?
when my wife and Ronnie aren't subbed to me, that's when I know dark times have come upon us.
Remember when I've subbed you?
And when he tries to kill me in D&D. Okay.
Okay, it wasn't for no reason, but it was a very abrupt shift.
Well, his one true waifu that he gave up on after one episode turned into the other waifu that was worth killing me over.
Wow. You fight and battle alongside people for an entire year, and then they just drop you. Trying to trigger him. Is it working?
I'll be right back. I have like no nose blower in here.
What? Do you have one anywhere? Can you close my door? Mouse opened it. No! Wait, what'd you get, Ronnie? You're not even gonna tell us after all that? Oh.
Oh.
I see. So Ronnie wants to ERP in VR, and that's why isn't
Yeah, no, I know. He told us all he's trying to get into VR so that he can meet someone to marry. He realized that if he can't do it in D&D, he's gonna try in VR chat.
That'll work.
Yeah, that'll work. Dude, I should become a VTuber. I think I can make a really cute anime girl. And you're muted anyway, so like your opinion doesn't matter. She'd be doing that.
I was taking a big long chug out of my chug. You think the stream wants to hear that?
Yeah. Dude, you know how many girls are in VR chat, Ronnie? It doesn't matter. It's what their avatar is. Because the Shark Eye women weren't women. They were Arcadum.
No, they weren't. They're real.
Simply divine. Indeed. Indeed. How was Wasteland? Pretty good. Fun game.
So why do you sound so sad about it?
Because I streamed for 6 hours. I'm a little tired and exhausted.
Oh. Well, can you please do some meth so you can pep up for the stream?
I drank some orange juice, which is kind of like meth, and I drank more energy drink, which probably I think I've beaten the energy drink threshold for the day, and additional drinkings of it aren't going to help.
Uh-oh, you get weird on orange juice, man.
I only had a little bit.
Okay.
Only had a tiny little bit.
Well, chat, let him know if he's getting too weird. It might happen.
Chat, let me know if I get too weird.
It's already happening.
It's already happening.
Stop repeating me.
That's the goal. People want me to be weird and kooky and goofy, a streamer.
Who's people? Name one people.
You.
Yeah, I do.
She likes when I act like a monkey.
Can you jiggle some keys for me?
They're in the living room.
Aw. Aw.
I can make funny noises.
So there was always this.
Not that one.
That's not a funny noise.
The answer was equally as stupid as the question.
Come and just do some math.
That wasn't funny at all.
Just wait. They're telling me to do meth. Ashley, can I do some meth?
Yeah, I told you
Are
to
you
do
tired
that.
of peeling potatoes?
Potatoes.
Yeah.
Chad, how do you do meth?
Final Knocks, thank you. It's been a
Anyone
while.
else?
That's been a while. That's a still big sub to not have seen me for a while. And Prippo Rap, 500 bits, thanks. One of you want me Modern Warfare? Okay, I'll see you. I'll be there. I'm on the server already. Where are you? Alright, it's your boy. It's your boy. Redoing the classes again.
Wait, what?
Final
You're
I
redoing?
have to go over a lot of old stuff and make sure it's up to date with new conditions and how I want things to work and make sense and be good. There's a lot of improvements I made that make me very hype. But I need to keep working on new conditions to add in to uniformize skills. Oh, and I was redoing this here class. That was all the weird ass haunting and summoning as well, because it was super janky. It like needs some other stuff, but I don't know what. But it's in a good direction now, but it's still missing like a lot of stuff.
Like what?
Help streamer, it doesn't work because it's on your screen already directly above where you typed it. The information,
command?
yeah, you're trying really hard and the information you want is right there. There, now it's right there again. There we go. So, I also got to go over all the madness classes and probably reduce the sanity cost of skills in general. Across the board. They're amped up a little bit. Yeah. This class probably needs a whole overlook too. So what am I doing? Let's do some maths. Start with 30 sanity. If you pick sanity twice, you get plus 10. And you could potentially get another plus 12. Write this down so I don't forget. Then you could get another 12. Fuck. Which would be, oh my god, okay, maybe I don't need to take down the cost. That's more than double if you full invested into it. Which you probably would have to. More or less. Or I can just tone these down. But if they're anything less, then it seems like it sucks. Also, you don't want... That's kind of the biggest part of the dilemma I have right now of these. Is that... Here's the perfect comparison. If you know anything about Hearthstone, I know Ashley knows about Hearthstone. They make all of the rogue spells really bad and cost way more than they should because preparation exists. Which I don't want to fall into that trap and make the cost of spells really high for the madness classes because they could get more sanity. So you're basically saying you have to get that sanity to be base level, and you're fucking pulling their chain with all this bullshit that makes it feel like it was a choice. And that was a really hard fine line to walk of, like, sanity might just end up not mattering for them when it's their primary casting stat if you're giving them a bunch. And stuff still has low cost. What about Hymstone? I don't know. What about Hymstone? Who cares about him? Also, at a base level, you could get 64 sanity, which is ridiculous. And you'd have at least probably 3 sanity resistance. These numbers are way off. They're rough. I think that shouldn't be an option there at all. Cost percent sanity? Yeah, that's also bad, because that punishes you for having more. In a way. Roger that, Ashley, over.
What do you want?
No, your mic keeps turning on for a second just to go when you're moving around, I guess.
Oh, I was desperately trying to pick up Mouse as she spun around under me, trying to get away. But I got her.
Here's the other part of the dilemma. It's like telekinesis costs 5 sanity. If you started with 3 in your madness stat and you took the sanity resistance thing here, that would make that cost 0, so you would never have to use sanity to use this. But again, like that's fine, but it almost feels like it's baked in to be that way. It costs that much because I don't know. As I was saying the other day, the biggest thing I'm worried about is the sanity costs of things it's really hard balancing. Make these 4 because you're only.
Like, how much sanity do we need to keep before we start, like, going cuckoo?
When your sanity gets to 0, it resets to max. And you gain a madness. So it's every time you use all of it, you gain 1.
Oh. Is there something like I use almost all my sanity, I'm walking away from the battle, and then I trip on a rock, and I get bashed in the head and lose like the final bit of it, and then I go nuts?
I mean, it wouldn't be from tripping on a rock, but are you saying if my sanity is low and I take sanity damage, does that count as taking sanity damage? Yes.
Well, I'm wondering about sanity drains from outside of combat, I guess.
I mean, it could happen, but not as simple as tripping on a rock. So that's
Stepping on a sanity trap.
Some shit could happen. So that's the other hard part about it, is that their spell casting ability is like a health pool. So you have to understand. It's like enemies could be potentially just removing your spell slots and things like that. So you want it to be a bit high so that they have room to cast, but also they're not scared to cast because they know that other things might damage their sanity.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so they need to have a good amount of it, and they also have the sanity resistance. Every point of madness is 1 resistance to any sanity damage. So they're less likely to take it, and sanity damage I'm probably going to deal in like lower amounts so that they can just generally be resistant to it. Like I was just saying, if the whole party was like, oh, sanity damage, like everyone takes 5. It's like if you had the sanity resistance starting thing, you wouldn't take anything, and but 5 damage to everyone else who doesn't have madness is like, that's a lot. Because they only have 30 max. So it's this really weird fine line again between it is inconsequential to you because you resisted it, and making the numbers artificially higher so that that can't happen, and that you have enough sanity to still cast and not take damage. Can you trade sanity for money? Technically. But not quite.
Really?
Well, the magic find is sanity based.
Oh.
So that would be... Just for record keeping, I can do math. I can do math!
I can't.
Why did I write that twice? Weird. You can have a max of 52, but then you wouldn't have other things. If this is lower than 3, it feels like you're never going to take it. I think that's probably fine. Compared to health anyways? No, health has just as much. It's just that I just explained what sanity does, and not how all the health mechanics. I added some, like, pretty ridiculous stuff this morning of, I'm thinking of an example. I know Pathfinder had the vicious trait, which is, you deal damage to yourself when you attack, but you deal bonus damage with the attack. There's a lot of ways you can use health as a resource in that way.
You punch another guy and punch yourself in the head at the same time?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, this is the other thing I added. Irrelevant! Irrelevant! This is what I was at right now. I was redoing this class a bit with the status effect of Blight in mind. Blight being for every 1 blight they have, target takes 1 more damage. So it's just like, I don't know, damage multiplier, damage adder, additive, damage additive. And they also get some benefits for, like, enemies have to be blighted for them to do things. So they're debuffing enemies for the party, but also it sets them up to do more so that they're not feeling like they waste their time. Before it was Haunted, and Haunted did nothing. So I just changed it to this other mechanic that I already had. The other thing I was wondering, to use this skill as an example, because there aren't very many damaging spells that are just straight up damage, even though this one is weird, as they're all weird. Would cost 3 sanity at level 1, which is probably 0. And you deal 0 damage to a target twice, which seems profoundly useless, but naturally there's ways to benefit from dealing 0 damage. And I was considering as well in the beginning having a magic damage stat that just flat adds magic damage to all your damaging magic effects. You know how it works. So if you took 2 of those instead of the sanity resistance, which is nice because I really want there to be like... Sanity resistance is so fucking powerful. But I could see why you wouldn't take it over magic damage, obviously, because it synergizes really well with this stuff. Which would become 4 damage guaranteed. Which is pretty good for what would probably cost you 0 sanity to use. In fact, I think that might be on average better Yeah, it's better than a bow. Yeah.
Taking notes? Min-maxing?
So, just with those things in mind, that's where I'm at right now to say, how much should this cost in sanity? Is it too low? Is it too high? Is it reasonable? Is it too strong? Does that mean magic damage is necessary and I need to consider that for everything else? Etc. Etc. How do you regain sanity? Basically resting, and there's probably going to be consumable items and various things that could help with it.
And going to the bar.
Remove all blight kind of... Well, I'm still working on the class. So far, I added... Oh, the really fucked up cool thing about this class that I like is for picking the class, you get these... What is attached to the main portrait, you get these for free. But you'd have to take this class twice to get both. Sorry, it just feels like my lips are like smacking and making a lot of wet noises. I'm not into it. When you receive blight, you also heal for the amount of blight received. So like if anyone were ever to cast this on you, you heal. Or if you're in a super desperate situation, cast on yourself and you'd heal. But technically from then on, you'd be taking more damage. So it's like, I don't know if I want to do that. But if you take the class twice, then you gain Vigilant status equal to the amount of blight on you. And Vigilant is, per tier of Vigilant, gain 10 accuracy. So if you were a Psycho, and you put, like, 5 blight on yourself, then you'd have plus 50 accuracy, which is a lot. Like, a lot. Which could be quite powerful.
So that gets you crits.
Yeah, the more accuracy you have, the higher chance you have of hitting, obviously, and also critting. And then there's Omega super crits that deal a shit ton of damage. And it's got a, within the class, a way to use melee weapons as ranged weapons against blighted targets. So you could be in relative safety while blighting yourself and building up super accuracy to then super destroy them. That's why this ability exists, to apply 3 blighted to a target and 5 to yourself. So technically you would heal 5, but probably die. You know, big risk reward kind of stuff going on, which is fun. People like doing risky, stupid things and having it pay off and show big number.
And is your system coded to handle all those negative stuff turn into positive?
What negative stuff turning into positive?
Like getting blight damage and having it heal you instead of hurt you.
Blight damage never hurts you. It's the application of blight heals you. So you would add blight to yourself, and then you would heal yourself for the same amount.
Okay.
And I can also just change the blight button on that character who takes that trait, so that when they add blight, it automatically heals them. And then also, if you're a dual class with intelligence, you can start with bonus healing. So if you applied 1 blight to yourself, you could actually gain like 3 to 5 healing. So the risk reward diminishes there and starts to be a lot more favorable. Fuck, well, I guess I'll blight myself and just heal. And yeah, armor is straight damage reduction. Darkest Dungeon, haven't really played it. Takes it's just like too long. I know they added like a shorter mode and I got a little excited for that, but I still never played it. I don't like managing 30 characters. I just don't. Like I was saying with Arcade, I'm playing Wasteland. I'd rather manage as few characters as possible.
But it's fun because you can manage them for hours and hours, then they can like randomly go missing while you're out of town.
Can they?
Yeah.
Nice.
Uh-huh. They like go on vision quests and just vanish from your roster. Sometimes they don't come back.
And that's why you put Twin Souls in the game? Not every player is me. People like different things. So you give them options. Wow. Yeah. I also gave them Apply Frenzy to a target, which is they both deal and receive 1d3 more damage, which would apply with the Mind Plague skill of dealing 0 damage twice. Even if you dealt 0 damage to a target with Frenzy, you could potentially do up to 6, average 3, which is still pretty good. And then depending on enemy type, like bonus Frenzy damage is the things they might have that. Yeah. But I don't know what else. But also, like, it looks like it's missing a lot. But again, like a character could pick this class in its current state from, like, we're not going to play super long. Or even if they double selected this class. Yeah, there's like 30 skill points worth in here. It looks small, but it never is. Well, and something dies with blight stacks on them. I'm thinking about it. I have similar stuff like that for poison. So I kind of don't want to do the same thing, but also that's usually pretty necessary for debuff characters to not feel like they wasted their time debuffing something that just died. It almost feels essential to me. Though maybe I can make the poison one just rewrite it to say whenever a creature dies that is affected with any of your status debuffs, so you can multi-class these and get that synergy if you really wanted it. But then that might get really messy if they had like a fucking million debuffs on them. I don't know. Brain working, thinking, hold up. Hold on, I'm looking for a skill image. I don't, it really doesn't matter. I can't spend time thinking about the picture. I think I have too many things open right now.
That's like 90% of what I do all day.
Yeah, well, fuck you.
I love thinking about the picture.
Ba-ba, boo-boo.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. It's me, Ashley Lang. Me.
It's Ashley.
It's me.
I'm gonna make you do this in a roundabout way so it's not identical. Creature dies, you get all the stacks.
What? Doesn't that suck?
Not technically. It could be good. This is the it could be good class.
Oh no. The priest class.
No, the I need to risk dying to be good class.
Oh god.
I think this should be a different skill altogether. To like touch something and give it the blight that you have.
Can you make players gain madness if they break the fourth wall at any point? Anti-Bractor rule. I wish.
Dude, I think Arcadum actually initiated the anti-Bractor rule last session. When everyone was complaining like, oh, we got locked out and Arcadum told us we couldn't talk, and yeah, I think that was so that Bractor wouldn't talk.
Wow, so he knocked 6 people unconscious. So
well, no, not 6 people, but I think he was very specific in his phrasing of like, no one can talk now, because he knew if he didn't say that, other party members would be interjecting every other line as they have been. I think, like I was saying, I think Bractor talked more or as much as I did during my courting process before figuring out if I was going to marry that person.
Arcadum was so hard not to do, though.
Yeah, well, DM said don't talk. The catch-all.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up!
Yeah, there you go.
I don't want to hear you ever again.
That'll be the code word.
I gotta go over this class again too, fuck. That costs a lot, Jesus.
DM cast silence. Yeah, I imagine it'd be really hard to like think of stuff to improvise with as the DM while people are commenting on everything.
That too. Sometimes it buys you time as a DM, where like you're thinking and you didn't have a response ready, but it doesn't look like you weren't ready because people talk about Pokemon for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Everyone loves Pokemon.
Yeah, so what about that new Blastoise?
Payment for services rendered. Pleasure doing business.
This project looks insane, can't wait to see it in action. Big props to you for using your big gamer brain to do something other than shitting your pants in quick play. Hope you are well.
Thanks. I'm honestly, cheesing and bread, I would much prefer to be shitting my pants right now. That's one of my true passions. But
I mean,
you can't shit your
you
pants
can do
every
it.
day. No. Ever tried the Eclipse phase? Never heard of it.
washing machine's open.
Wondering if it should be half or nah. Nah, you want skill point fuck people. It already costs a lot of sanity. A skill to sacrifice the entire blight stack to recover half the stack's value as sanity. I really don't want to implement a lot of things that recover sanity, because then you get into the situation where in turn-based combat, you extend the combat as long as you can to recover hit points and stuff, rather than just killing the enemy. Like, oh, hold on, it can't hurt my teammate because he has high enough armor, but I'm just gonna keep healing. Wait. I try and avoid that at all costs.
But can you not cast spells outside combat?
You can.
Okay.
Which would also be an infinite loop to heal yourself forever. So, also bad.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things that are combat only because they are extremely exploitable if they weren't. But also try and avoid that because you don't want to, like, bizarro game restrict things.
What kind of stuff is that?
Can't think of anything off the top of my head because I try and avoid it, so it's like one or two things that I would have to like dig for. I'm gonna go over this class real fast when I think about that one. This one's weird. Nothing really goes together. Immune to confusion and sleep, cool. Never have sleep, cool. Conversation thing, cool. I don't think this should even exist for players. I mean, there's no reason not to give them the option, but sometimes giving them options that you know they won't pick is bad. And also, if they do pick it, there's the whole entering the mind of any person in the world thing in the setting. That for the first...
exciting thing?
What?
The exciting thing?
The exciting thing. I don't think for the first game I am quite ready for players to do it at will to anyone. I'd rather have it be NPCs that could help you do it.
I guess.
Because then if someone takes this skill, then that's a lot. And yeah, you don't want them to feel like they wasted a skill point taking this like complicated thing when it's hard to even use it all. That's why I want it to be more specific to like specialized NPCs that could help you do it. -5 max sanity, +2 load. That's worth it. That's pretty good. For good measure, just in case. Cause a target to forget recent events. They have no recollection of the last minute. Yeah, I'm okay with this, but you're gonna cost a little more. Also, this skill, I have to think if I really want it. It's basically like augury, but the sanity cost is like, hey, this is the only thing you're gonna do today. So if it's the only thing you're gonna do, it needs to be worth it. And I think it could probably be worth it, but it's really hard to say. I don't know. This is a weird conflict of I want it to be available because it's definitely a thing that a person could do within the setting. But everything else is like a slippery slope. Whatever. Leave it there. Whatever. Featherfall, reduce the splat damage a target receives by 5. Additional 5 is way too much. Nothing could ever overcome that. Even 5 for first. Well, cost 10 sanity. I mean, additional 2. You really want to go in for that and do it. What's splat damage? The damage received when being pushed into something or falling. It's basically like fall damage, push damage. It can scale pretty wild. There's a lot of buffs to it and different ways to apply it. This skill, another really super weird one, because all this class has is super weird, unsure, bizarro abilities. Learn information about the next person you're likely to meet, but have never met before. It is more likely... If it is more likely you do not meet a new person today, the spell fails. This may include their name, what they look like, their race, and possibly what they are going or plan to do. That phrasing sucks because it says possibly. It doesn't definitively tell you what your ability will do. Previously, I think I had this associated with a roll, but I don't know what I did. But then it gets kookier, because then you may immediately target this person with an ability, even if they're not in range or sight. Should say or sight to be specific. It's one weird ass spell. Yeah, this class is the, like, fuck the DM class. Just make you figure everything out. Like, who are they gonna meet? I don't know. May say one sentence telepathically. Okay. I don't know how to quantify the possibly what they're going to do. Because guaranteeing it is too much, depending on who the NPC is. But if you don't get at least that, or something close to that, then it's not worth using. Hiya. Leave it. Every time I come back to this class, my mentality is like, I don't, this is a fucking headache. Just leave it. Manipulation. On a successful mad roll, gain a brief insight into the target's mind for the purposes of figuring out what they want in order to aid you in negotiations or your goal in the conversation. It says the conversation like one had to be happening. Once this spell fails, yeah, man. When you fail college, you still gotta pay for it. use manipulation during combat. A target you roll a success against considers one target of your choice to be an enemy for some rounds. Does not mean they must attack him. Cool. 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 See, here's what I want to go back to. Let's say theoretically, it's like pseudo half social, half charm person, which is charm person can be pretty powerful if you're playing in a system that isn't 5e. So let's say 10 sanity. All right, this charm person pretty damn powerful, even though it's a little like 10 sanity. Default you have 30. So on one hand, I could only use this ability 3 times a day, and if I use it the third, or let's like assume you have madness and you're taking a madness class, so you'd have some resistance. After you casted it 3 times, you'd have like 5 sanity remaining, and that's not a position you want to be in. But if we're talking early game, starting character only has the 30 sanity he starts with, that's like, yeah, okay. That's 3 spells a day, and it's a good spell, sure. I'm like, that sounds alright to me. But then you took this class twice. You have 38. Plus resistance. You could have up to 5 sanity resistance, so that would mean each cast only costs 5 instead of 10, which is half off. And on top of that, you have you could have about 50 sanity. So hold on, real dumb. really brain blank moment. Yeah, that difference is what concerns me. I could do it. I could do the math. It's default starting character, no benefits, can cast it 3 times a day. Someone who actually invests in sanity could do that 10 times a day. That is a huge range. And you could do both of those at like the exact same time. Well, actually, no, you wouldn't have 50 sanity. Oh no, you can't do that in here anymore. So you would have 38. Yeah, you could have 50. Fuck, dude. But then the other side is, yes, you could use it 10 times a day, but also what if you run into an enemy that damages your sanity? Which is the crux of the caster dilemma.
How common will it be that we run into a sanity damaging enemy?
I'm not sure. I've never played a campaign of this.
Huh.
If you stay at home, not very.
I can predict that we're not going to
Stay at home. I know, but to say this is also a social ability, so if you were just in town, it's 10 a day. You don't have to really worry about sanity damage. So this is what I was debating last night, but I came to the conclusion that madness, the stat itself, which a character that cared about it would have +3. They get +3 sanity resistance for having madness. Like, that's the perk. Intelligence is you gain focus. Strength is added damage to weapon attacks. Dexterity is accuracy. Madness is sanity resistance because they want it. I was thinking, what if I gave them something else? Because sanity resistance is just the fucking absolute worst thing for the balance of all the madness stuff. But the conclusion is, no, they want it. That's the point, that if they run into something that deals sanity damage, that they're better at it. It just makes it more awkward that their primary casting ability is also that. Should it not work on self-sanity damage? I did have something like that, like a phrasing somewhere for something else that was like, it doesn't apply to you. But I think that was for like a strength class. Yeah, I think it's in here to reduce. When an ally would lose sanity due to the actions of enemies, you may accept to take half their sanity damage instead. That should just be all. It's gonna be annoying, and it should just be all. Extra skill point for no. See, because if they could do that from their casting, then they could just be like a reservoir of magic to be drawn from. And this class also, more than most, has ways to reduce sanity and recover it, because they're not casters. So it's not as potent on them. Yeah, they could multi-class it, but then they're multi-classing it. Hold on, brain working, thinking how the system's coded and how annoying it would be to determine the detection of whether or not you casted a spell to reduce your sanity or an enemy did it. And that's not fun.
Oh, coding that?
Yeah, making that distinction. It would ultimately be like adding another button to characters, and I don't want to do that. I just want it to be, hey, you lost sanity? The thing that applies to sanity works for you. Anyway. Man, I keep coming back to this too. Everything I should just remove this choice of having the additional sanity resistance. But then I think better of it, and because if you're taking the look at it from this perspective. If you take this, that means you'll reduce sanity damage by 5 total if you took this twice, which is the only amount you could take it. Plus the madness you start with, the most you could have is 3, but minus 5. Which means you can cast something that costs 10 sanity 10 times a day, which is a lot. But then you're giving up potential, just like added magic damage from what we were looking at with Mind Plague. Really important. Not so important to a person using Charm because it doesn't deal damage. The person who's using Charm wants to be able to use a lot of spells in a day. And the other one's splat damage. Which, many builds that would be happy to have that. I'm just gonna... Well, I think this is something that I can't fully understand and see the ramifications of without playing the game. It seems close to right, but probably not right. So, back to it. This is one of their big abilities. Any ally within range may freely use, with your permission, up to 2 of your adrenaline on their turn. You become an adrenaline you just stand around and everyone gets stronger. Because other classes, especially the stuff I was adding to Ranger this morning, Ranger with Adrenaline is probably the most damage right now if they crit. Which they'll probably crit because Adrenaline helps them do it. What if you make charm cost more for each time you cast in a day? Yeah, I'll just yeah, your players, you don't count on them to count how many times they casted a spell during a day. And then manipulate the to remember. Yes. No. Don't bet on people remembering anything. 12 sanity. Target creature receives half the damage you receive as psychic damage. If unconscious, the effect ends. This spell is OP. As book. So, you know, if it's 12, then that person could still be casting it about 10 times a day, which is too much. So in my brain, I'm like, 12 sanity sounds like a lot. They start with 30. They won't be able to use this too many times. But someone who builds for it is going to be doing this every encounter to multiple enemies. So if it costs 16, would you use it? With 5 sanity reduction. Cost 11. I have 50. Hell yeah, I'll use it. Okay. Range, sanity 8, target creature. When they die, whoever dealt the killing blow heals 1d3. What the hell is chat talking about? Oh, I see. I see. Good job on weight loose. Cool, I lost it a year ago.
Couple of deflected.
Hey,
Bam!
well, it would be fine, but
Zing!
you're saying a lot of very weird things. This is Roger. I don't know. I gotta.
Wow,
Every day it's just super weird to, like, I turn on my stream and the first 20 minutes of it, chat is like, wow, webcam. I didn't know Ster used a webcam. Looking good. It's okay. And haven't not used it in a while. Thanks. Kind of weird. And Shore4 agrees with me, because people calling you, like, cute in your stream is just creepy. It's just like, it's kind of weird.
Well, I know I would never do that.
I don't know if, fuck. Hold on. Okay, so this is 8 sanity and heals 1d3. Pretty low. What's cure wounds? Touch a creature, heal him 1d int, which is probably 1d3 for most people. It costs 2 focus. Yeah, it's worth it. I'm gonna leave this as is. Now this spell is a mouthful. Place a mind trick on a target within range. Placing a mind trick on yourself reduces the sanity cost by 2. You may only have 1 mind trick active at a time. You place a mind trick, you determine how it is triggered. After it is triggered, the trick expires. Sorry, like, I wish there was a way to make the text bigger on these, but you cannot. Unless your desktop resolution was smaller, I think. And unused trick expires. You decide if the trigger happens immediately before immediately. I'm like trying to understand my own. What the fuck are you talking about? Why doesn't it say what these are? Oh. That's... Okay, so you determine how it's triggered when you place it. When a target critically hits, target kills something, when you use a full action, target walks over a specific tile. Lots of stuff. Seven of them, 7. And then with each skill point that you actually put into this, you unlock different effects that it can apply. So it is like a build your own spell, and it's weird. And this healing is way too much. I toned down healing a bit, like everywhere. That's also... What? This shit's weird. I'm trying to think of, as a player, how I would actually use this as written, and why I wouldn't choose choices that are clearly not as good. So you place a trick, determine how it's triggered. Which one's the best trigger? You can place it on yourself or enemies. You can put on anyone, so it really varies.
Does the target have to walk? Well.
Probably pick when the target slays an enemy if you're using it beneficial for allies. Or when the target is critically hit if you want to heal people. Because then they auto-gain healing. That's decent healing. But it costs 10 sanity. That's not... That actually is about on par with the other one. But the other one had a higher skill levels that would make it better. And 2d3, that's a lot of damage. Like, that one stands out the most because it's just a lot of damage. I don't think it should be plus. I'm just going to equalize these, make it simple. That piercing makes it worth it. The poison's in a weird spot where it doesn't feel worth it, but if it's any higher, it's really good. So I'm gonna make it good. I'm always gonna lean towards making it good. Rather than thinking, wow, that's not gonna be used.
Do your evil horse things for Myriad need to have like horse heads and like clearly look like horses, or just shaped like horses?
They do not clearly need to look like horses, though. The main thing that I like about them remaining horse-like is their height of where the person would be sitting.
Those
Really,
people ride-
yeah. Maintaining the posture of a rider so that it looks like the silhouette of a horse a little bit.
Okay.
Like the difference between someone riding a hamster and riding a horse. One of them is weird.
What's weird about it?
I don't know. I'm gonna assume that's fine. I don't even want to read it. On a successful mad roll, a targeted creature becomes stunned for 1 round.
I'm just surprised that the horse would have riders because he described it as like a hell horse.
Yeah, well, it's really hard to train and not...
Fangs and shit.
Yeah. If you can speak to the target, it must answer one question. This didn't have a sanity cost on it.
It's free!
It's free! Yeah, what? I don't know why I did them that way. Isn't 5 minutes stun insane? Well, then just answer the fucking question. But I should also clarify. How the hell do you spell elapsed? It was just there, wasn't it?
That looks right.
It feels like it's supposed to have more L's.
No. It's the one.
Did that. Blur, attack, rain, but target a creature, confuse the target. They may not be immune to confusion. This confusion lasts until it is applied to a relevant action. Grant the target 2 armor for as long as they are confused. This is what we're looking for to undo. Target has the... That might be too fucking good. Yeah, I think that might be really, really, really...
The confusion lasts until it is applied to a relevant action? What does that mean?
Because confusion makes you attack in a random direction. So rather than having it last for 1 round and then the creature just does nothing that requires targeting, I made it so it's 1 relevant action, so you know if you confuse something, they have to do something. Like, you get value out of it. Know what I mean?
No.
Alright, it's like, think of an RPG. You're a tank and you taunt an enemy. So the enemy goes on their turn, oh fuck, I have to attack him, but it's not good for me. Then they drink a potion. It's kind of like that, except they would remain taunted because they never attacked the person who taunted them. So it guarantees that confusion actually does something. Normally, if confusion is used for like a real purpose. So I confused the target, and then the target's like, oh shit, I can't target anything this round. I'll drink a potion. until it attacks because of the effect. It doesn't attack because of the effect. It attacks because it chooses to attack. The problem with this is Resilient 2 is basically 2 armor. And if you applied that to an ally who didn't need to target things, 2 armor is fucking bonkers. And he would have it forever as long as he didn't do anything. Well, 2 armor is bonkers to just have for free forever. All the people who don't get it can't snap their fingers. Thank you, Ronnie. Oh, when did your sub come back, too? I didn't see that. I don't even see it in a... Like, there's no resub for it. Kind of weird.
Someone gifted it to him. It's a freeloader.
Oh, it must have been anonymous. Well, no, that would show up in here. I don't know. Oh, oh, fucking shit. How did I not see this? Zenja gifted him. Bad streamer. Yeah, this ability is so much of an edge case of, like, I think this could ruin a lot of stuff that I think I'm just... Whoop, doesn't exist. For example, hold on. It just from this, which is a passive, no, where is it? Somewhere in this class, they have an ability, which is, if a character has the choice in melee combat to attack you or an ally, they always attack you. So it's like a pseudo taunt, like, oh shit, that's gonna attack my ally. So you walk next to it, it'll always have to attack you. You don't even have to fucking do anything. You have blur on you. +2 armor. You don't have to attack it. You just stand there and fucking chug potions or do whatever you want to do that doesn't require targeting. Keep the confusion the whole game.
But then you're not doing anything.
You're doing a lot.
Oh, damn it.
None of your teammates can take damage. You're doing a lot. I don't like blur. I like it's cute and it's like clever and it's wow, but it fucking something weird's gonna happen and it's gonna ruin everything. What if you made it a hostile creature has to be targeted? Well, then why are you giving a hostile creature armor? Your whole team hates you. Okay, so I want to look at this face value. Is selecting this class worth it? Gaining load, pretty neat. I'm gonna compare that to the intelligence ones. What their values were. I don't remember where they are. Yeah, that's pretty okay. That's kind of eh. That's not why you would pick the class ever though. Pain Link, pretty good. Reservoir, very good. Though you kind of stand around and do nothing for it to be very good. This is kind of like social manipulation stuff too, which is nice because it doesn't really exist anywhere else. Mind Trick has a lot of versatility. You could totally pick the class for that. What I should do is if you select the class twice on one of these. I have 2 active Mind Tricks. That would make this class actually worth selecting twice, which it absolutely was not before. Has a way to heal technically. Handling D's. It's just all over the place. I feel like it needs 1 or 2 more just like solid, reliable choices that I can add. But overall, it's alright. A little weird. Select a class. You can select 2 classes or a class twice. And definitely taking Enter Mind out of the equation for now. Next. You think someone will find something absolutely broken during playtesting? I think the only way that will happen is if I forgot what the intended rules for something was. Like, if someone interprets a rule differently, and then I don't remember and go, oh yeah, sure, it'll work that way for you. And then later down the line, I'll remember, oh, wait, that's why it wasn't supposed to do it the way you thought. Because in these kind of, like, top-down tabletop RPGs, interpretation of rules is a fucking inevitability. You can never be concise enough. And it's been a long time. I've forgotten a lot of things about this. But as written, as it was intended, I don't think there's anything right now. There's a few things I think might be busted, but I already know what they are.
And if we figure out something really broken, all you have to do is just hit us with a lightning bolt and not give us a roll.
Yeah.
And then you have to make a new character, and then you can't do it anymore.
Yep. Or make an enemy that's immune to it.
That too.
Dr. Ferguson, thank you. Alright, Ice Block Hole. I'm remembering I want to redo a huge aspect of this class because it's stupid. A chilled target is considered to be hindered. If a chilled target becomes chilled again, they gain the frozen status. So you basically have to waste 2 times chilling something for them to become frozen, and then frozen is like Into the Breach, where they are broken out by receiving damage that they don't actually receive.
And then they get that horrible song stuck in their head.
What song?
The Frozen song.
Oh, okay. Frozen status lasts 3 turns until broken. So here's everything that I don't like about this currently. It takes 2 actions to do something useful, which is to freeze it. It's hindered for the first chill, which is okay. It makes them move less and no reaction, so it's pretty good. But that's already hindered. Why is chilled the same thing? Stupid. Then they become frozen, which is rough, because it's basically an infinite stun. If you don't put a turn timer on it, but I don't like that there's a turn timer on it. I've tried to avoid that in every possible case where I can, because remembering what turn things end sucks. I could probably work it into the initiative counter. It's complicated, but it is not worth doing it for one class right now. Two actions. I think there's some ways to cheat it in here that make it a lot easier on you. But yeah, the whole chilled mechanic, I absolutely need to rethink how it works. I think ultimately, I probably just got to remove it completely and have Frozen be its own thing. But then again, I'm worried that if Frozen happens instantly, if it doesn't have a turn timer, it's just it's a fight ender. Like, oh, boom, froze that enemy. Time to walk away. We're done with this encounter, you know? I think that's core. I don't like that Frozen actually freezes something. The stuns are not cool. If the frozen status is removed when dealt damage, what's the point of freezing them? Good question. having them not be able to act for several turns. Technically, even if it was 3 turns, you and your party could set up a situation where you deal 50 damage to it once it becomes unfrozen. 50 is a lot. You could have saving throws. No. I don't like it when player characters have a 60% chance to not do anything. So a huge part of it, I'm pretty sure, was you create ice blocks, which are like walls to control the battlefield. Target pushed into your ice blocks takes cold damage. I know there's something else of like when you push people into it, they get chilled or frozen. This class, it has some cool stuff, but it's also just like a total. This has to have like, I don't know, just a lot of abilities with a lot of very weird, quirky things going on. A little too quirky, if you ask me. Let's think of it this way. Let's go take a step back. Go to Token World for a second. Consider all of the easy to make and currently existing status effects that I have and how they could be applied to Frozen instead, and all of the mechanics that exist on a character. If it just reduced movement that's already hindered, it could do that. I want the ice class to be about battlefield control, so they make walls, they put ice everywhere. It's hard for people to move over ice. Blah, 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 blah. But you need... I don't know, do you need a bigger threat? In Frozen? Even if Chilled was just -2 move on a target, that would be really powerful. What you could do, what people are saying incremental, if you added up Chilled on a target, every one chill is -1 move, up to the point where they just can't move anymore. Then the question is, how is chill removed? Fire? Without being too complicated, because I already have some answers in my mind. I know chat's about to jump out with some shit, and it's gonna end up being too complicated. I'm kind of liking how mentally chill stack is working in my mind, reducing single targets to like 0 move, and then you'd say, well, you could just beat them to fucking death with a ranger. All right. Sounds fun. So there'd have to be some decay to it, possibly. Like if every stack of chill reduced move by 2, but every turn chill was reduced by 1, so you could still stack it, but it wouldn't be definite. I could set that up pretty easy. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, you can too just have like a Pathfinder in general stuff has, oh, you're on fire, use an action to put fire out. So you could maybe say, I spend an action to cleanse my chill. There are like cure debuff spells and abilities that classes have. But when you rely on the class having to have that, or an effect that is specifically, only this can remove a... yeah. But then also, if anyone can do it, that has its own set of issues of educating players that anyone can do it. When you add a lot of default actions, it becomes overwhelming. Most people who play 5e don't know what a dodge action is, I can tell you that. So if you get the players into a situation where it's like, oh shit, I'm chilled, like every time it's going to be a tutorial where you have to tell people, oh, by the way, there's this obscure action you can take which removes chill. Only that status effect. That's it. Dodge action's so good and so it knows. Same thing in Pathfinder. There's a, I think it's defensive, like defensive action gives you +4 AC until your next turn. It's ridiculous.
Total defense?
Yeah. Took me a long time before I was like, wait, that is, oh, people can do that. What? Okay, so before I get started on this, I need to figure out how does chill get removed. Fuck. You can have like -1 chill on every source of fire damage, but people aren't going to be lighting themselves on fire to be unchilled. I think there's like a cure. I want to read that. I might have removed it. I think I turned cure into something completely different. Because at the time, there really weren't a lot of status effects. Actually, hold up. Let's go over this. Current debuffs. How are they removed? I don't think they can be. I think I removed that and turned it into something else.
Jeez. Fucking brutal, dude.
Confused wears off on its own, so confused is not a big deal. Vulnerable sucks. If an enemy applied vulnerable to you, it exists in some skills that last for like as long as you want it to, but if an enemy did it to you, it makes you don't have armor for as long as you're vulnerable. Weak is you deal 50% less damage. No way to remove that anymore. Jeez. Okay. Alright, hold on. Demoralize, can't remove it. Fear can't. Yo. Alright, let's go back to the... Before I got rid of the cure ability, because there weren't many things to cure. But now the system is built up and it's caught back up to, hey, kind of think you might need a cure ability. I turned cure into, uses adrenaline to heal for a multiple amount. Also, this is fucking busted in value from how things have changed. So I use, 3 is fair. 3 is a little bit under. And that makes it good if you took it twice. It's kind of... There was some things here too where like this character could resist tile effects being made around them, but not exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have a whole pass through and give all the characters who deserve it a way to deal with stuff. There's some weird like one-off things like this. You're basically resistant to being knocked prone. If there was resistances to like being chilled, that's the equivalent of... Normally you would just be flat chilled, but then having resistance is like having a saving throw. This guy had a cure too. I don't think it's there anymore. I'm also wondering, what if... Well, there's no reason to do it that way. I was gonna say, what if no one had it, but it was just a consumable item that you're expected to have? That's kind of a pain in the butt. But that would be less of a pain in the butt than forcing you to put a skill point into it and be a specific class that has that.
You can always do the video game thing where the mushrooms that cure the poison are right ahead of the boss room.
Yeah. But I like how load works now, that you can only use a limited amount of items in combat, so you couldn't infinitely cure things. It'd still be a limited resource of how many times you could do it in combat. I definitely want to give the alchemist boy some way to deal with it. It's just you also then have to quantify which ones it removes and how much of it removes. Because the amount of blight that you could remove from something could be game break. Like if you just removed all blight with a single action, that's kind of a pain in the ass. I guess it's different for player characters versus NPCs, but... Is there currently a status effect that it would be really lame if players could remove every single stack of it with a single thing? No, I don't think so. I think it would be fine no matter what. Poison is the one exception right now that can actually be removed. It's just removed by half of the amount of healing you receive. Yeah, so I'll give it to Alchemist, because Alchemist is very item-centric. Actually, he technically has it, because his, like, passive class ability is to have consumable items in a way. I just have to make it very clear to players that it is something that exists, and that is worth having. Okay, so I'm gonna make Chill. But if Chill doesn't stack at all, then it's boring. Then Chill just hindered, which already exists. Okay, first of all, first things first, I'm the realist, second things second. I took this off a while ago, I want to make move visible. This might come back to fucking haunt me. But I would be able to display on the token when you hover over it how much move they have based on how much chill they have, to show you that you don't only actually have... You know, if you were chilled 5 and you have 6 move, I could have it show that you have 1 move this turn and you wouldn't have to calculate it. You just go, oh, how much? Oh, shit, 1? Wow, I'm fucked. I'm fucked! In order to do that... I may need a move mod stat as well. Okay, actually this is really good. This needs to happen. Chilled will just be the universal anti-move mechanic. Are you making this in? This is map tools. It's pretty good. Remove these now, they don't matter. I'm gonna do this the simple way. Mod move. And duplicate. Ba-boom. I'm also going to have a counter for chilled on players. So I don't have to make an infinite amount of states. Oop. I'm pretty sure there's already a chilled estate. Chilled does exist. I have to update all these icons later. I'll do that later. But I don't need to do that this week. Wait, do I want to call it chilled? Because chilled specifically makes it a cold effect. But there's an example of, on one of the warrior classes, if you start next to that character, you gain -2 move. But as a uniform feature, I would want to just make that chilled because chilled will handle that perfectly, and you won't need to have secondary things to explain it. So yeah, instead of chilled, slowed, or just slow would be better. Thinking if there's a... Yeah, slow is the way to go. Okay. Which one did I copy? That should not be how that is. Wow. I thought I changed these. Bruh. Bruh? Well, then I'm going to need a... No, that's not how this would work either. Doing it wrong. What the fuck? Really? Oh. I hate this menu. It's so weird. Instead of what, like this? Wait, no, wait, brain. Yeah, it has to be this way. too many things on my screen. I don't even think chat can see it. Too many things on my screen. My dick's huge. Slow equals slow plus slow gained. We don't need an input. I want it to be just boom 2 every time because it's going to be 2 per slow stack. Two equals slow equals slow plus 2. 2 slow gain. And then if slow is greater than 1, show the status. I need to bring up my chat for the good old chat now. So I haven't done that yet, but do I? Wait, what? Oh. Fuck. There's a lot I gotta do here for this to work. Here's a tooltip for slow. Ba ba boop. Ba 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 boop. Ba 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 boop. Slow condition gives -2 per stack of slow. So that's displaying wrong because slow of 10. Well, hold up. Slow should just be 1. But the chill class that it was should apply to slow for it to be useful. If it was going to decay. Is this going to decay still? If it's removable with items. Well, if it can't decay, then it's not slow, it's chilled. Because the global effect of slow needs to be something that is granular as possible, which is 1 move. That probably... Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. Okay. Okay, okay. Dude, the hardest part is finding the individual thing I need to bring up here. Just looking for... Oh, it was already open. Well, hold up. Slow condition gives -1 move per stack of slow. Simple enough, streamer following along. Slow is reduced by 1 at the start of a new round in combat. Or is it at the start of their turn? Or the end of their turn? Should be the end of their turn to make sure it gets used. Targets turn combat. Double check that. Tooltip works even though it looked weird. Item in short rest. You short resting during combat when you have 0 move and there's 3 things fighting you. Okay, so move is basically going to equal base move. And then the move of that is displayed. I'm curious how this works. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, that says move, but what if I did this? That's not on here. Gotta update that. Baba Booey. Okay, this is getting weird because that name is like variable depending on how you're looking at it. Okay, because on here it's going to say base move no matter what. Dude. Yeah, we're just gonna call this move. Well, I added a mod move already. I'll use that. Brain work. Okay. Oh. Ah, shit. That's the problem. Okay, it's hard to like identify what the problem is here, and the problem is players inputting what their move is by themselves and it not fucking with things the way things are.
Hey,
Hey.
drew a horse.
Nice.
Wanna see it?
Sure. I like it. It's a little bit like... what's the word? Like unicorny. Like it feels like fantasy and flowy with how it is. Like it's not actually as murder death as it is.
Oh, you have it cut off at the top on your screen.
Oh, alright.
Alright, so it's too beautiful.
It is quite beautiful, and majestic would be the word I would use to describe this murder death horse.
Okay.
It's actually cute. Lovecraftian unicorn. Yeah, I'm getting that kind of like weird clashing vibe.
Gonna eat your face and look good doing it.
This is like surprisingly complicated of a problem of getting movement to display in like the cleanest way possible because of how it appears in stat sheets, like where it has to appear on here. See if this works, if it doesn't like double over, because they're both technically called the same thing. Okay, I'm gonna save before I hover over this token in case this crashes.
Dude, what's for dinner?
I don't know. Toes?
Again? I'm sick of toes.
The creature starts to lose initiative instead. The creature would actually gain additional initiatives if you did it that way. Because if it was first on initiative, it acts. Then it's your turn. You apply cold to it. You apply more. It loses initiative. It drops below you. It would be its turn again, which is doubly complicated. And you say, well, just skip it. Well, once it switches to their turn, it'll automatically apply a lot of stuff within the system to it that will be unavoidable because I'll have to go to its turn. So it'll take poison damage and stuff like that because its turn started and end it again.
I make a taco.
Taco, 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 taco.
Taco, taco. For me, though. Not for you.
Not for me. Okay, it
No.
shows move as move. But now here's the double check. So move is 6. There's mod move.
I'm doing it.
Should say 12 if it works. Nice. I am surprised it works that way. I've never done that. Okay. It is good that I'm doing this, but it's a pain in my butt. So we open up the character sheet, and the little mini nice thing. Change that to 7. So it should be 13 now. It is not. Move did not change because I didn't update this. Oh, don't want me to. It is 13. Okay, so that works. What? I was having a hard time following. Yeah, I mean, the goal with the frozen class is that they can eventually get something to 0 move. But it's difficult to keep them there forever because that would be super nutso. And so you have a slow decay at the end of a creature's turn. So that there is hope for their future that they'll be able to move again. It could still be fully removed. Like, if you're slow 6 and you have 6 movement, 6 rounds are not... You're going to die before 6 rounds go by, so you're never going to naturally recover all 6. Even if it's a boss, the average D&D combat ends in, like, 5 rounds. Even if it's a boss. 5 to 8, like, max. So, if you get 6 slow on a boss, and it works, and the boss wasn't resisting it or whatever, that's... It's basically going to stay that way for the rest of combat. Unless it removes it all at once, which is still an option. Okay, that works. That works. Slow is currently... Put it to 0. Okay, so each click of this, slow goes up. And that is relevant because movement is going to oh shit. Thinking if there's an easier way to do this. Also, I think less things will break if these start with a value. I don't have to put a space. Okay, so I have 3 move, add 1 slow. I have 2 move. I have 1 move. I have 0 move. But in order for this to not go below 0, you need to do this. Max 0 of that equation. So gain a bunch of slow. Slow is 22. Move is still 0. That's a thumbs up. I have a clear button. Clear. Where are you? I have a few things to change with that. Clear. Back to 13 move, which I have 13 because I have mod move, which is currently not actually doing anything, but will probably do something later. Put you to 0 again. Okay. Okay, so it has no state on. All right, everything's working. Token has no state on it. Give it slow. Click once. Slow. The status effect appears. Movement went down 1. We're happy. Now what we need to do is make sure that it decays at the end of a target's round. I'm gonna go into my macros for. This is turn start. I forget exactly where this needs to be. It would not be here. It would be when you click next initiative. Before it switches token that it has control over. Hiya. I need to see in here where it switches token. Okay, it would go right here. I think we'll double check this and test it. If slow is greater than equal, if slow exists, if slow is 1 or more, then it shows the state. If not, turns it off. Boom. So I'm going to set up a fake initiative. A fake. It's a real initiative. Real combat starting right now. Initiative window. I'm first on initiative. Next. Fuck something up. All right. Back to the drawing board. Token name or ID of 0. Oh, is that ID? I'll have to look up this command. Oh, I know what I did this wrong. This is an ifer. I'd be doing it this way. Okay, next initiative. Did not remove it. Still did something wrong. I think it might be in the wrong spot. Hacked on the mainframe? I'm trying to. This should be where it is, though. Oh, wait. I'm ahead of myself. I need a to reduce slow. I didn't do that. That's what I need. Fucking dummy. Now it works. Move is back to 6. Alright, so we're gonna jam this guy up. 0 movement on this token first on initiative. Next initiative, it's your turn. Still 0. Next initiative, still 0. Which should not be the case because slow's minimum should be 0, so something's wrong, and I think it's doing negatives, but only showing... Oh, I know what's happening. And this is a question if you want it to do this in the first place. Because this would actually be really hard to determine. It has more slow than it has movement. So its slow did reduce by 1. But we fucking slammed it and it had 7 slow. So you would have to find a way to make sure that slow never went over the maximum of a target's movement, if that's even what you want it to do. So that's the question. Because next turn, it should drop by 1. Now it has 1 move. It's its turn again, still 1 move. Next turn, move 2. Also, isn't that cute? Notice how it highlights whose turn it is. That's actually their effective reach and where they can hit in combat and melee. It is variable based on how much reach a creature has. So no one has to say, does that creature have reach? Where can it reach? I don't know. Fuck you. Also because reach is a little bit weird if I put it on here. I forget where the status is. On large creatures, reach is not, because diagonal tiles count more, so it is a little bit hard for players to understand sometime exactly where reach goes. Oh. Okay, back to the question at hand. Do we want slow to be able to be applied at a greater value than the target has movement? And then second question, should slow apply to steps, where steps are a completely different action you can take, which technically is a move action, but steps are different. If you're familiar with Pathfinder, it's much more like that, but there's a lot of things that I think that would balance slow a lot if you could still use step actions. I could also have it become frozen if it's higher value than... It's becoming really complicated at that point. I think the system would handle it just fine. $420 viewers. Oh my god, guys, blaze it. Can we get some blazing? I think it's fun to stack debuffs and be rewarded for doing it. So I'm gonna err on the side of yes, you can slow things more than they should be allowed to be slowed. So it'll stay on them longer. And slow does not affect stepped actions, which generally means even if you had 0 move, you'd be able to move 1 tile. The steps for default most characters is just like a 5-foot step, essentially. There's a lot of stuff for dex characters where they can take like 3 tile steps, which is really nuts. But that just means dex characters would be strong against slow, which is fine. For there to be, you know, a counter within the system of something that, you know, slow isn't the catch-all. So happy with that. I'm gonna write that into the tooltip so I don't forget, and so that players don't forget. Okay, so that's basically showing up when you click slow, and it tells you in chat, you've been slowed, slow 1. You can hover over slow, and it's like, oh, okay, that's what slow is. Nice, nice, nice. 3 tile steps, it gets pretty crazy for one of the dex classes. They have basically a chain step attack where you step off of a target to kick them, and then you knock them prone and push them, and then you can step into another target and do the same thing to them like an infinite amount of times. So yeah, a fully slowed dex character might just fucking disappear anyway. Who knows? Oh, initiative's over. Clear that. Dang, Tony! Where'd you get that sub? Mr. McPeanut, thank you too. Nuankoa, love you, Star. Has a burg. I should eat a burg tonight. I feel like just like going on a bike ride and grabbing a cold sub sandwich on the road. But I'd have to, it's like 7 already. Fuck. Are you building it from the ground up? Well, a lot of the stuff I'm using, this is Map Tools. Map Tools has a lot of features already that are easy to leverage off of, but the whole framework of it, pretty much everything that's not built into the Map Tools is completely made. Currently, I have an inventory system that like someone else made that's just kind of around. I'm not even sure if I'm really going to use it anymore because I'm not counting weight anymore. But I think players might still want to use it. I think players would honestly rather use Notepad for keeping track of inventory than you building them something. Like, it works. My new sword. Like, you can give it a big old description. And it counts weight, but there's no weight anymore, so that doesn't even matter. And I would have to do a lot of work to remove weight. And it just keeps track of all your shit. Currently, it's counting load as if each individual thing takes up a load, I think, but that's not the case anymore either, so I might have to fully just say, no. Oh no, load's just a suggestion. Okay, that's kind of good. It has a wealth tracker too, and you can technically use this to trade between players, but it's so cumbersome, I think players would use Notepad. I personally, if I was playing, and I was a player, I would use Notepad. Or token notes. I would just write in the token notes. You pop up your notes and say, I have dicks for days. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna dump that. I gotta figure. I have like so much shit to do in the next week that I thought it really felt like it was like you have more time, you know? Like, it just seemed like before you know it, it's coming up on you. Is that 100? I just checked it was 100, right? There are some weird things in the design with this. I can actually show you guys now another thing I was considering. So, currently, you can't see what I'm doing. This is what players will see to... I can't even fit it on the screen the way I have this. This is what players are going to see to be able to do stuff. I've tried to organize it as best as I can. Because you don't want to overwhelm people. You want it to be simple. You want them to say, okay, I know what I'm doing. These are the main stats that you roll at the top that you can barely see, but trust me, they're there. And healing and damage, okay, makes sense. Add adrenaline, minus adrenaline, just to keep it simple. It's really simple. Like, oh, I want to add one, just type 1. Oh, I want to minus 1, just... Naturally, if you were adding, you could do -1, and it does work. But... yeah, that worked. Just like double... okay. But it's just quicker that way to have it lined up like this. Really simple. The thing I've come to, though, that I've been wondering about is that I have all of these buffs listed in a row. So if you're like, oh, hey, you've been slowed, make sure you apply slow to yourself, because it's actually built in the system that you need to be slowed for it to understand that you're slowed. Apparently I didn't update that. Oh, well, I did, because that's different. Slow and blight work differently. It's a whole thing. So what I did was I was like, okay, players might get overwhelmed at how much shit there is here. So I'll give them one button that says buff. When you click buff, it asks what buff. I want frenzy. Okay, it gave the token frenzy. You know, simple. But then part of me is like, that's the difference between just clicking frenzy once. The amount of clicks it takes to, okay, 1, 2, 3. Pain in the ass. I know each player is doing that individually on their own turn, and they have plenty of time to do it. But they could just press the button once, you know what I mean? And then it gets even worse if you click buff, vigilant. Okay, vigilant has 8 tiers. Vigilant 5. And then if you want to turn it off, you have to do it again. Fine, vigilant. Okay. So, neither one has a good solution.
Hey.
Hey, I think it's the individual
Have
buttons.
your
Cool. Part of me thinks maybe I'll give the players the buff button, but as the DM on like my DM thing, I'll have all the buttons so I can easily add it for them. But you get into a really weird spot where constantly you'll see in Arcadum's DMing or his games that like Arcadum will damage a player and the player will damage themselves. Because like, oh, you were dealt damage, and the DM's like on a roll just doing it, like, okay, I'm taking control, you took 5 damage. And then the player is like, oh, I took 5 damage, so you both do it. Normally, but oh, that's fine, just heal for 5. You can't do that in this. Because number 1, he has armor. 5 damage was reduced by 3, 2 damage was dealt. Okay, 2 damage was dealt twice. Okay, so just heal 2? But there's a thing called bonus healing that's built into the heal button that I don't think this character has, so I received 2, but technically not, it's not the most simple solution to that problem. So I'm a little bit worried about, on one side I need to teach players how to apply shit to themselves, so I need to make it as easy as possible for them, but sometimes as easy as possible for them is for me to do it and to have access to all the buffs and debuffs and just apply it to their tokens for them so they don't even have to know about it. You need to 100% decide, yeah, it will get fucked quickly if, like, you can clean up that situation, but it's not as easy to clean up. There could be some really bad situations where you have to just do unnecessary amounts of math and make sure everything's right. You say from the start that they're doing everything, well then you have to make it very easy and very clear for them to be able to do everything. Which comes down to the question again of, do they get a single buff button because all these buffs is overwhelming and it'd be easier for them to just like come through here? Or have them have, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 buff buttons, and I'm adding more.
Stupid, I didn't think slow was a buff. Why is it in my buff window?
Well, because I haven't moved it yet.
Okay.
I was doing a debuff button as well, but this one is like half finished. And then that's the hard part about where things are right now, is that some things are fully automated and some aren't as well. It's better, and then okay, I was gonna say it's better to assume they all are, but if you assume they all are, you might fuck some things up, and it's why it's better for me to handle certain things at the moment.
As a player, am I gonna have all those buttons there?
That's what I'm debating with chat right now.
Whew. It's a lot of buttons.
Well, basically, here's how your thing works. Just move this down so chat can see. At the top, you have all the stuff that's super important to you. Stat rolls, healing, damage. your main stats for adrenaline if you have anything that adds it. I'll probably also give you, individual spells so you can just press it and it'll auto deal the sanity and everything for you. These are like just in casers for the most part. End turn button, attack button. Like everything below the attack button, which is a lot of stuff right now, you'll probably never have to know about. That they're not going to be like relevant very often. So if I'm just like, I mean, you built your character. If your character has a way to gain frenzy, you're going to become familiar with, oh, frenzy's here. When I gain frenzy, I'll just come down and turn it on.
I think the end turn button should be glowing and on fire and vibrating.
I might be able to do that.
Cool.
You can make buttons into images, but Map Tools doesn't like GIFs.
I like gifts.
Yeah, I think they'll learn quickly too, but
It's not just the players that have to learn, it's the people watching.
people watching don't need to know any of this.
Well, they should have a vague understanding of what's happening.
I don't think that's relevant to this discussion at all. It's the equivalent of like D&D, where someone says they cast Bless, and the whole chat is just question marks. What's Bless? Streamer, explain. I mean, I probably would for like the first couple times it happens.
There's gonna be a lot of explaining going on and a lot of repeat explaining, and I hope you can handle that.
Mm-hmm. I think how character leveling works as well, and you kind of ease into these functions, should be pretty good too. But the reality again is, okay, you as a player, let's say that you even are the Ice Mage and you're applying slow. You don't need a slow button. I'm 100% of the time applying slow to the enemies because I control everything you do to enemies. So this slow button is irrelevant to you when you're doing that. If I am a monster that can slow you, I'm going to apply slow to you because I did it. The only time you would need a slow button is if you used an item or somehow removed slow from yourself. Which, how often that's going to happen, I will probably do that too. So for a player, actually, I don't think these are relevant. Which means also I should just take add poison as well. So this whole section, I should just move. And players not have to concern themselves with it. And if I'm going to do that, I have to edit these and apply them to select token and just click that on all of these. So I can move these and click on a token and apply it to them, blah blah blah. Getting hit with facts and logic, and it's really important that I figure this kind of stuff out soon, chat, because I need the uniform. This is exactly what each token's thing looks like. Because when I start making monster tokens and NPCs, they're all going to have it. So if I make a change down the road, then every NPC in the world could be missing or not have a button or have an extra button. And I don't want to deal with that. Important. Okay, that's wrong too. Is there a lightning class? No. aspect that would be able to grant people lightning powers is fucking dead.
Wow, spoilers.
Spoiled. That you'd figure that out pretty easily. That's like early game based knowledge shit. Was it too OP? No, it's just story stuff. I may add stuff later. There's only a certain amount of classes. I know like at least 3 currently classes I want to add, but I'm not because I have enough. A big one being someone that uses like guns and artillery kind of situation. But this campaign is like villagers that I'm probably not going to give guns to. They're not going to pick that class. And I'll just another time DLC gun character in the game now. Next campaign, whoa shit, new character gun. I'm gunslinger, you know.
Hey DM.
Mm-hmm.
If lightning magic aspect guy is dead, does that mean there's lightning in the sky still?
There is.
Okay.
It's and you would also know this, that it just means that nothing is controlling lightning. It's all just kind of happening. It's not intentional. It's kind of just you're just doing it. Okay, so this needs to move. I can't see where I'm moving them, but I am.
Kim has played with Ster twice as a player and has never chosen a gun class.
Well, there never was.
Oh. I can't remember him whining about it that either.
Arcanum whined in one campaign. Whine makes it sound dramatic. That he doesn't like modern settings. Because we were playing, he was an orc and we were in like office buildings. I think that's about it. Okay, so that's gone. This stat modification thing too, I was thinking about removing this completely. Modding, like, I hit the creature and it loses 1 intelligence. It's so much more of a hassle than it's worth. So profoundly so much. I'm just gonna move these for now too.
Well, he has a point. Bright was like the worst movie I've ever seen.
It was.
But I didn't see the Pixar one though, so could be wrong. The Pixar Bright.
Okay. So they're gone. I should move accuracy to below attack. How would I do that? This thing sucks that you can't actually organize the order they come in. You just have to like this is titled dot main. So the dot makes it go first. Accuracy starts with an A. So I like gotta name it something else. This is why this is ZZZZ status bar. Which it also doesn't need to be. Because there's nothing else anymore. It doesn't matter. Saving real quick. Don't a bit of stuff. Can't just move them. They're alphabetical. Can't move them. Life sucks. We didn't finish the slow thing, I don't think. Did we? It was working on initiative. I feel like there was something I had to do, though. That goes away. I need to make sure all these have apply to selected oh. I need to be absolutely certain before I do that. That I'm going to handle all of the buffs. Let me think of every scenario. I'm a player and my ability gives me frenzy. I think like after a while, once the player becomes familiar with their character, it would suck that they have to wait for me to apply frenzy, like if I'm doing something. But then maybe
have to wait?
well, because I would have to apply frenzy for them if I took all these tokens, all these macros. Unless because their character has frenzy, you only give them the frenzy macro so that they can use it. But don't give them buffs that they don't expect to be applying to themselves.
That sounds like a good midway.
I can leave them the all buff feature, where if they ever really need to add something, they can add it. And then just give them the ones that their character actually has. Sounds good to me. Cool. Sorcery like stream? Nah, I've been putting a lot of work into this campaign before. I'm going to focus on that. Especially gone a little bit more serious about this, knowing that Moon's going to stream it as well, and I want to make sure this is priority until all of this works. But the sorcery like for Germa is going to leverage a lot of these mechanics as well. So it's like pseudo working on both a little bit.
Nice.
Because one, I would have to make a whole new campaign file and bring a lot of the stuff over from this system that works for his. But if I brought it over now, then I would have to remake it and re-add it, and I think I would get lost. Players realistically need the debuff macros. No, those are the next things I'm moving. I also need to code fire to actually work. There is currently no on-fire effect. Like in any skill and anywhere, there's fire damage, but no on-fire. Ah! I should probably add one. Because it'd be easy. So I'm gonna move all these. Debuff. I'm gonna organize these later. I don't know if they should still have a debuff button. It's the kind of thing, too, I expect the players that are playing to not consider this kind of stuff very often and to not think of it. Because they're all familiar with 5e and they play with Arcadum, they're all used to how all that shit works. And, like, if somebody in the party casts Bless, no one jumps on top. It's like, oh, okay, I better make sure I have the Bless property on my character so that the system knows that I have it. So they wouldn't really be valuing that. I'm gonna have to, like, stress that that's how shit actually works. And it needs to work that way. This looks pretty clean, honestly. This is all that's here. I might just leave the buffs. Do it for whatever. Whatever. Unless I start adding like a bajillion more buffs, and who knows, I might. Who knows? How much time you put into developing this? I have no idea, but a lot. Substantial amounts. Significant amounts. Massive amounts. Profound amounts.
Hey, good job. Jeez.
So much. Please praise me. Tell me I'm great.
Do you know the more hours you spend on something, the more cool it is?
Add random obscure buff that happens for one circumstance. Have it. See, here, let me explain. Let me go into detail on this one, what I'm trying to do here. So before, there was this skill. You may be familiar with a similar skill, the shield spell in Dungeons and Dragons, a classic, powerful spell. As a reaction to being attacked, you gain armor, so that you take less damage, which is normally AC, so you can prevent being hit, but in this, armor is just damage reduction, so okay, as a reaction, you gain armor. Before it was, as a reaction, gain 2 armor. Let's go back to our test token. So before, what you'd have to do is be like, okay, I'm using... Actually, before, it was 1d int. So before, you go, okay, I'm using my reaction, I gain 1d3 armor, I gain 1 armor. Armor plus 1. Okay, that's your permanent armor that it just added armor to. Which I should remove this, actually, because you don't need it anymore because I have the stat page. Boom. If people are going to adjust their total armor, they should go in here to do that. Boom. And I'll take the armor stat in case it's ever needed. So, okay, I use shield, turn goes by, turn comes back. Now I need to go to armor, -1 armor. Remember that I added 1 armor. Okay, I'm back to good. So what I did instead was say, fuck it. Fuck everyone. Instead of that, you're going to apply resilient status to yourself. Set state, there's no impersonated token. Fuck, I didn't change them all. When I moved them over, I still had to do that. I knew I didn't do that, but I didn't realize I was going to be using them so soon. So I had resilient 2. Resilient 2. Resilient is just 1 armor per level of resilient. So I cast shield, I have resilient 2. You still have to remove it, but it's much more obvious that it's on. And as another example, impervious is the gold one that's on him right now, which is negates 1 source of damage and then it's gone. So, okay, character damage. I damage you for 23. Gold is gone. 23 damage reduced by 102. Damage dealt 0. Alright, status effect gone. There's 1 skill in the game that uses that. Currently, you can apply it to a billion different things. You know, you can give it to new spells or new stuff or monsters or bosses that have impervious come up. So you can come back and use it again because it's already built. But it is much different than saying, oh, my impervious procs. It's just a much cleaner way of dealing with everything. Same for a couple of these that are a little bit more complicated. So we'll do True Shot, double your accuracy for one attack. My accuracy is 29 on this character. You got True Shot, you make an attack, True Shot's gone. My accuracy was multiplied, it was a crit. However, I have to add a ceiling to that so it doesn't show decimals and rounds up. Yeah, consistent keywords are very important, and it lets you play with keywords in a way that's really nice, where you can just say, another example, hold up. We've got the frenzy status. Add frenzy. So frenzy deals... You deal 1d3 more damage with all weapon attacks, so I do damage. I'm gonna put my damage as 0. Attack. What the fuck? I'm proving Ashley right now, and it's driving me crazy.
I'm not saying anything.
Oh shit, I think I overrid it in this this session of working on it.
Just observing.
I did. Holy shit, I did. Yeah. I didn't duplicate it earlier and then rewrote slow over top of it. Unfortunate.
You know what? I do know too much. I think some days I just wish I could reset and start over. On knowing things.
Okay. Frenzy, you have it. I'm gonna deal 0 damage. Frenzy adds 3 damage, because it's 1d3 additional damage on all attacks. And damage received, so it's both. So when I attack with a dagger, damage is 7, which it wouldn't be 7 without frenzy, so I know it's there. I can make it a little bit more clear, but... So, just because the status is on him, it's already figuring the shit out. And that's good. I forget, I got sidetracked. I don't even remember why I was explaining this or what the significant part of it was. What the status effects, cool. Great. Good job, streamer. You're so cool. I need to make all of... I'm gonna do it now before I forget. And it happens in a game and Ashley laughs at me and calls me a tiny pencil dick.
I would never! Unless you wanted me to.
I'm going to make sure all of my tokens are set to top down so that when I try and RP turn them in social combat, it doesn't draw a yellow arrow. And then I have to undo it. I do that ahead of time. Wink, wink. Can't update the menus and map tools so it doesn't look like it's from 2007. They have themes now, but they all look like shit. I'm fine with it. I'm just used to it, I guess. But I know what you mean. You can change all the buttons to be images, which would make it look nicer, and you can do like styling to this, but it's all not really worth it. Yeah, because you can build like whole HTML forms now, but it's too big brain for me. I'd have to... I don't need to do this right now. What I need to do right now is make sure that all the classes are as close to final as possible, so that when players look at them next week, they can go, oh, that's what this is. So we're going to go back, now that We took this huge sidetrack to determine what slow was and how it worked. What used to be chill. Come all the way back to the class that uses it. And say, this skill doesn't need to exist. This was explaining what chilled is. Irrelevant. Slow is a global mechanic now. Don't have to. I may have to explain that when a target gains enough slow, it becomes frozen. I don't know if we're going to do that still. Let me double check that I can do that. I can definitely do that. However, the issue there is, okay, so you get a target to 0 movement. No, I don't even want to explain it. I know why it's stupid. It's stupid. It'd take a long time to explain. They already have 0 movement. You don't need to freeze them. It's irrelevant. They have 0 movement. Kill them with ranged weapons. Have fun. So that, irrelevant, gone. Their other passive was you may change directions while on ice without risk of falling prone. There's something here that explains it. I need to bring that over here. Why does that say channel 1? I'll never know. Oh, because it's an old skill. What the fuck? You move at normal speed while walking over ice. Normally it's half movement. Let's start from somewhere simple. How long are you planning for the games to be? I think they're going to be like 3-hour sessions. I think Moon has like shit to do, so if it goes longer than 3, it starts to get weird. But I'm unclear if it's... I gotta double check on that. 3 to 4 hour sessions. I don't know how many. Leaning closer to 3 than 4, probably. So much it underflows, slow stops at 0. But can stack above 0. It's... Don't worry about it. Target an occupied tile to create an ice block. An ice block is destroyed in 2 hits, 1 if fire damage. Simple enough. An ice block's top is a higher elevation than the ground around it. Anyone who is pushed into the ice block receives the... Anyone who is pushed into an ice block receives 1 slow? Or 2 slow are we going with for Iceman? So it requires the setup of the ice block, it requires the setup of the pushing into it. And slow decays at the end of their turn, 1 per round. 1 per turn. So I think 2 was fair. Is this sentence relevant anymore? I think so. That's so you can't push your own walls. You have to push people into the walls. But enemies can't push your walls either. Create 3 ice blocks that connect, so you can make an actual wall and block things off. You may create an ice... Oh, this one was weird. I might just remove this so I don't have to deal with it. You may create an ice block in an occupied tile. Attempt to shove an enemy creature on this tile in any direction. If the shove fails, or it is an allied creature, they are raised in elevation as the ice block grows. If they would be crushed by a low ceiling, always succeed on the shove. That makes sense to me. A target pushed into one of your ice blocks is dealt 1d3 cold damage. That might have to go. And all splat damage from the push is converted to this single source of cold damage. Bam! I don't want it to like multi-stack, like triple hit someone and cause a whole bunch of chain reactions. Like if they have frenzy, they would take double the damage if you didn't specify that it was supposed to be 1 source. When you slay an enemy, use your reaction to cast this ability. Create an ice block where the target died. If the target was large size or bigger, you still only create 1 ice block. Okay, not bad. Sanity cost is 5, plus 1 per level. I'm going to lower the range. That's kind of like nuts. 5 plus 1 per level. Which means it could cost... It's probably going to end up costing 2 or 0 for most people, but it's a setup spell. So if it costs a lot, then you'll never do it. Because you don't get immediate value from it. So I'm happy with that. Iceplosion. Ice implosion. It should be Iceplosion. What a fucking idiot. Destroy an ice block. You can see all creatures within 4 range of the ice block are pushed 3 towards the destroyed block. This one also annoys me. Everything annoys me because it doesn't determine the order the creatures are pushed in, which is going to cause a lot of issues because potentially a lot of creatures are being pushed into the same spot. And while that's cool, I guess that's all on the DM to determine which order things are pushed and who takes what damage. Because whoever gets pushed in first is going to have, a bunch of other things slam into them. For a potentially bullshit amount of damage. I'm gonna raise the sanity cost to 10 because it's bullshit. Potentially. But it does require the setup of an ice block, so you've already expended, so never mind, -2. Deal cold damage to everybody in that area. I'd rather it just be that than the push. The push is weird. Yeah. I don't have it be 2D mad, so it does actual damage, so the setup was worth it. And then as a bonus skill, create that. There, you got him. You gotta. Bullish Blast. My boy, 8 plus 2 per skill level. Might have to be more. This is actually, I think, one of the best spells in the game. Push a target creature or object you touch 8 in any cardinal direction, which if they hit a wall, it'll deal 8 damage, and that's a lot. Movement caused by this push does not provoke, so people don't get attacks of opportunity. May only push an object. I need to say be clear if targeting an object. So that's 8 sanity to deal 8 damage and push something is really fucking good. But it is touch range, and you're a caster. Council of Cows. What do you think about this? You got the whole council, dude. Let's look at the other ones. Can add 1 flat cold damage. Okay, that's if you're gonna keep using Bullish Blast, it's icing on the cake, might as well, even though that costs 2 sanity to gain 1 damage. Maybe if you desperately need cold damage for some reason later on, it would be worth it. So I'm gonna leave that. Target moves 5 feet in any direction before you push it, also super powerful, not bad. +4 range, no longer touch, pretty good. Target is standing on ice or frozen, double the distance pushed, broken as fuck. Unapologetically, profoundly the most powerful individual thing you could do in the game right now. What the fuck was this guy thinking? Attempt to trip the push target. No, this skill's no. I don't even want to consider that you're tripping people with the best thing you could have. +2 push for a skill level, which is again the equivalent of +2 damage, which is far, far, far above what this skill is. I knew there was some fuckery going on here, but it's worse than I thought. thinking how average damage is. See, 8 push is 8 damage, and 8 damage for a 10 sanity-ish spell isn't unreasonable. That's okay. However, it's also 8 tiles worth of battlefield control of deciding the positioning of another character on top of the potential damage. That can also just throw it off of a cliff. For 8 tiles, there's a cliff somewhere, they're going in it. I'm going to make it 5 to start. 5 means that most things have 6 movement, which is translate 30 feet movement. 6 tiles, the same thing. So if you push it 5, that means it can walk back to you and kill you again. You can't erase something from existence by touching it. They're not just gone forever. And then the +2 push upgrades make sense. And I think I'm okay with if the target is standing on ice, frozen doesn't exist anymore. Maybe because standing on ice is too simple of a, like, you just boom ice, there's ice, you know? Too easy to set up. I'm gonna make it if the target is slowed to 0 movement, because the rest of the class is gonna synergize with slow. Then yeah, absolutely. Double the distance push. You totally shit on this guy. Speed up combat. He's basically dead anyway. You just, that's like the finish him. And then with +2, you could push 9 total. Your sanity's going up a lot, as you'd have to take 3 skills to combo all of that. Then it seems fair. Is there a spell that summons John Silva? No, that's just me existing. He just shows up in like wherever I am. My biggest fan.
What's up, John? Oh, he's gonna call us. Should we hang up on him?
I can't right now. I'm like getting a lot of work done, John. You're gonna show up and just say a whole bunch of wild shit and how much you want to beat the game, and I can't. There's a week, John. There's a deadline. It's real.
Sad.
Like, if someone else is talking, I can't talk out loud to myself about, like, just go through these one by one.
Another time.
Yeah.
Save up your rambles.
You ignore the push resistance on ice blocks. It is never. Oh, that doesn't matter anymore. I have to go back to that last one. Has 0 total move and is not an object because it could push objects and they don't move. Okay, so you ignore the push resistance on ice blocks, which means you can push your own ice blocks and other people can't. But you have to put a skill into it, so it's fair. An ice block always deals cold damage instead of splat damage when pushed into targets. I need to phrase this differently. Ice block always converts all push damage into cold damage. That way you don't go, wait, well, I have +1 splat damage from another skill. Why does it apply here? Don't have to worry about it. It's converting. It's not either or. Pushed ice block creates ice over all the tiles it travels over. This ice will overwrite any other tile effects. Exclusion possible. I hate writing something like that, but that's part of just the system not being fully done, I suppose. I know one exclusion. I'm gonna take that out completely, not make a player worried about it. I know a few things that might be what that is, but they don't need to worry. That's like special boss encounter or like rare, like it'll come up and it'll be like, oh, I guess ice doesn't work over that. I could write except fire. That's kind of the point, is I'm gonna get rid of shit. And it's already very unlikely anyone's going to take that skill anyway, because it's so specific. It's rough being too entertaining. Agreed, John. Ice block deals plus 1d4 cold damage when pushed into a target. This is where shit starts to get kooky too, if you think about Bullish Blast being... Well, it was 8 push. And then you could deal an additional 1d4 if you're pushing ice. Yeah. I'm a little concerned about anything that modifies... That is a variable modifier into splat damage right now, because it's really simple to say I pushed 5 tiles. It was dealt 5 damage. Oh, and I have +1 splat. It was 6. Adding a roll into that equation is a pain in the ass. I like that splat is like the one damage type that's definable. I'm just going to remove this. That is reliable, we'll say. It's almost like a magic missile. It does exactly what you think it's going to do. Okay, then you remove push resistance on ice blocks for allies so they can push them around too. Cool! Frost Bite. What is this? Don't even remember it at all. Okay, you can... That shouldn't be there. Oh, I know why that's there, actually. I know why that's been happening. The Ice Cave puzzles from Pokemon things? No. I've never played Pokemon. And also, no one's gonna pick this class. I don't think anyone's going to. At least for the first game here. So I should put a whole bunch of those ice puzzles when no one can do any of it. Instead of applying poison to the target, apply one chilled. Chilled is not a thing. Okay, this is interesting. You would ever create poison tiles, instead create ice. That's nice. Instead of applying poison, this would translate to slow. Now I have to think, how broken is it to apply slow instead of poison? And the answer is probably catastrophic. So it has to be done that way. Poison is kind of set up so it's done in multiples of 2. This might be a little weak. I'm not sure. I might have to compare it to some of the strongest poison abilities. But I'm pretty sure if it was 1-to-1, it would be busted as hell. Hold up. They have like a adrenaline for one source of damage dealt this turn by you applies 8 poison. So that would instantly apply 8 slow, which is brew. But even now it applies 4 because it applies half, and that's still really strong. So I'm happy. Yeah. Sex stuffer. Oh man. Instead of creating blood tiles, create ice tiles. Any ability that applies to blood tiles instead applies to ice for you. What does that mean exactly? What abilities apply to... Oh, there's like teleports and stuff on blood tiles. That's what that means. Any ability that creates blood tiles and deals damage now deals cold. That's for... There's like 1 or 2. Corpse explosion would be a cold explosion, for example. When a target is chilled... Instead of decided to apply 1 calm. Is that a fair trade? Calm is they cannot gain adrenaline. Ah, fuck, I have to actually make that. As initiative automatically adds adrenaline now, so I need to have that checked to see if the target is calmed. And what level of calm. To see how long their calm lasts. we'll know it would be -1 calm per -1 adrenaline gain would be a much easier way to do it. I'll write myself a note so I have to do that. Code calm, idiot. If you apply even poison on a slow, you miss out. Yeah, there are most, if not every single poison ability that currently exists is an even number. Because poison deals 2 damage, and then after it deals 2 damage, it reduces the stack of poison by 2. So it's all designed to be even. There are a few like randomly generated poison consumables and random generated poison values that could potentially deal 1d4 poison, and it could be 3, but it's like a really rare situation. Once per combat, even if it is not your turn, whenever a creature receives push, immediately decide a new direction for them to be pushed. Cardinal. I'm not using the cardinal. Take that out. Cardinal phrasing is really not being used anymore. There's like 2 spots with it. I like it, but players don't get it. Who here gets what it means? You think about it for a second, you probably would, but also what I've seen from the last system that used Cardinal primarily, when players were making characters and they were all talking together, every player asked me what it meant. And I answered it in front of every player, and they all still asked. Any direction, even up or down? Let's see, nope. Cardinal on a map, north, south, east, west, no diagonals. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Consoler, hey! Yeah, what's up? Thanks. Appreciate it. Anyway, Frigidaire! 5x5 cube. Why is that a dash? 5x5 cube area of ground becomes a thin layer of ice. Targets move half. Okay, this is what I need to grab this and put it at the beginning of the introduction to the class so they're not like, what the fuck is ice? Okay, so this class, you may change directions on ice without falling prone. Targets move 1/2 speed on ice. You cannot change directions while moving on it. If you do attempt to change directions, you must succeed a dex roll to not fall prone. I'm also going to clarify. Standing up from prone uses 15 movement already, so I don't think I need to add a qualifier like, oh, and you lose the rest of your movement, because you're gonna lose quite a bit of it. And you're on ice, which is double move. How about Weast? I'm going Weast, dude. Okay, so 5x5 cube of ice, huge range, small sanity because it's set up, and it's still in 6. You're getting up there, but not quite. Okay, that's your ice creator. Water that is turned into ice becomes dense enough to allow safely walking over. I don't have any specific mechanics that actually deal with this sort of thing. So it's fairly contextual, but saves you from that potential contextual, no one's going to take this skill, goddamn. Plus 2x2 areas, it becomes 5, 6, 7x7. Pretty big. Alternatively, all tiles you move over this turn create ice tiles. Gain +5 movement this turn. Pretty worth. I want to be May and cast ice and move over the ice and move faster. I love May. It's still quite not enough, so adjacent tiles where you end your movement become ice, which will probably put it underneath an enemy. Be helpful. This fuckfest of an ability. While you channel, all push exerted on an object will be stored within that object. You may decide at any time, as a reaction, 1 focus cost if it is not your turn, to release the time capsule spell and have the object finally be pushed. It is pushed for the additive total amount and deals all associated splat damage accumulated. You choose the direction of this push when you release the channel. I didn't write cardinal anywhere because I'm not a dummy. It's probably somewhere unless you were forcefully removed from your channel and is pushed in a random cardinal direction. It has to exist that way. Because of... It's kind of how confusion rolls are determined too. If shot extreme distances, they may gain the benefit of cover, require a ranged attack to hit, or have a chance to use dex to dodge at DM's discretion. Yeah, because you can shoot that thing like a fucking mile. Time capsule may apply to an ally. Cool. Cool. Okay. Bullshit ability still, like, doesn't actually seem that bullshit to me, which is nice. How does sanity work? It's just a health bar for casting, not necessarily for casting. Think of stress in Darkest Dungeon. If your sanity drops to 0, you gain a madness. Madnesses aren't cool, but then your sanity resets and you just keep gaining more and more. But they're not cool and you don't want to do that. No one's going to take these skills, which I hate to say out loud. But every once in a while, maybe you do. You may move your base speed while in water. Hold your breath for 1 hour. Double your movement speed while swimming. Immune to chill. Okay, so that's all this fucking bullshit. And then this would basically be immune to slow. Yeah, okay. Which one do you take?
Nobody wants to be the deep.
No, nobody does. Here's what you do, because you know this stuff is bullshit. You may hold your breath for 1 day.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah. If you're taking the oddly specific goofball RP skill anyway, you might as well make it good enough so that the player can actually RP it in the way that they want it to. There is no game that is going to be broken by the overpowered character that can hold their breath for a day. Doesn't exist.
Just you wait. The enemy's gonna put me in the gas chamber and I'm gonna hold my breath.
In fact,
all day. I'm gonna live.
I'm gonna take out this top one completely. So 1 skill point is double your movement in swimming rather than normal speed. Because again, the odd chance that you really want to swim faster as your fucking level up choice, have at it. Gruff had 200 feet movement speed in water, never saw a fucking pool. Doesn't happen.
Oh, that's sad.
Alright, Shackles of Ice. Cause target standing on ice tile to become prone. Apply 1 calm to the target. This is going to be apply 1 slow to the target instead of that, so we can get some. I haven't seen a lot of the slow things in here. I thought there were more. Holy shit. OP combo. If you slowed someone enough that they didn't have enough movement, you can knock them prone, they'd never even be able to stand up. Is that OP? Standing up is the broken thing about prone. Because people get attacks of opportunity. Using the Forgotten Realms races, everyone who thinks this is in any way related to Dungeons and Dragons, it is completely all custom. Anyone who's like, is this 5th edition or 4th? It is all custom. That skill's really good. However, they have to be on ice. So again, like this whole class has really good options, but it all requires a little bit of setup. It'd probably be a pretty good class to do Twin Soul on. Yeah, this is 6th edition. I'm doing it. Trust, full action, non-consecutive. Sanity, 12. Skip your turn completely, gain 1 adrenaline and 5 healing. This may not be used on round 1 of combat. Plus 1 adrenaline gained. You become frozen when you activate this ability. Unfreeze at the start of your next turn. Ice block. Okay, here's the cue. This is very good, but is it 3 skills worth of good to get the whole thing? Because it's really only good if you have all 3. 5 healing, 1 adrenaline, that's pretty good. Two adrenaline, now we're starting to talk. And then can't be frozen, so you're less likely to be damaged. Frozen stat is basically impervious. So let's continue with the theme of removing frozen completely. I'll do another skill level even. Do not lose. Impervious is like 1 damage blocked. This is a lot of investment though. And I'm still really unsure if this would be any good. I think it is, actually. Adrenaline can potentially be extremely powerful. I can't do this anymore. Half your armor is applied to cold damage received. It has to be all. Otherwise, it's a... Is it a nightmare? Hold up. Hold up. I only have 1... like adaptive armor, we'll call it, damage reduction, code it. I think it's on poison. I just want to see how it works. Okay, can you... No, like, please? Oh my god! You guys can't even see what I'm doing. Irrelevant. It's locking this menu to the top of the screen and I can't get it to not do that. What? Oh, the frog song. There we go. Poison damage. If poison armor equals 1. Okay, so for every damage macro that exists, I will need to have a check. No. That's not how it works. It's basically the difference between using the damage pierce macro and the damage macro. Because technically anything that is cold damage will pierce your armor because it's elemental, and that's the logic of it. But if you had armor that prevented cold damage, then it doesn't need to deal piercing damage. I don't even need to code anything. I would if it was half. That's the fuck. Also, that's the fuck. Also, half. I don't like skill points doing half of something for you. And neither do players. 2 skill points for it to be all? No thanks. Cost 3 adrenaline. As a reaction to being attacked in melee, apply the frozen status to yourself. Impervious. Boop. Solved. Slow the blood flow of yourself or an ally you touch with chilling powers. Delay all poison for 1d6 rounds. Delay disease for 1d6 hours. I think my stance is on stuff like this. Nobody is taking that as their skill. That's a consumable item. Gone. Gain 40. Oh, okay, that's old. This will synergize with that other one we were just looking at too, which makes it even worse, but there's a couple things. Gain 5 HP when you become impervious. And you're becoming like a fucking caster tank, and that's cool. If an ally pushes a creature or object into you, you may redirect the remaining push of that object in a new direction and avoid splat damage. The object may pass over through. What the? It pass over your character before you change its direction. When redirecting push, add +2 push. Okay. Over, through, or onto and below. Is impervious in the round? Unnecessary. The other one is just, yeah, when you get hit while you're impervious, it goes away. This was more designed to be like an ice block, so you just have a little bit of extra wiggle room. In fact, according to my own philosophy, that is basically giving you half of something. However, in this case, that shit also gives you 2 adrenaline. You're not using this ability for the impervious. You're using that because it gives you adrenaline. And not even the healing. You're using it because it gives you adrenaline. It's like if creatures aren't coming to you yet, it's a free 2 adrenaline plus the 1 you would have gained from that round starting. So next round you have 3 adrenaline you didn't have. That's really good. And plus you were safe doing it. Making progress. Shatter. Deal damage as normal when hitting an enemy who is frozen. That doesn't exist anymore. Why is there a channel? I know why there's a channel. I can make this ignore impervious. I think that's too specific that anyone would ever want it again, though. What's adrenaline do? Adrenaline does a lot of shit. It powers like the equivalent of ultimate abilities. I think that just has to go. I don't read you this stupid fucking ability. So you kind of start off in the beginning and things are normal for a while, and then you reach this point, and this level up is are all adrenaline spenders for most people. So this full action, 3 adrenaline, attack the same target twice with a single weapon. There's no multi-attack in this game, like level 5, wow, I can attack twice. So attacking twice is really just double damage output. So, yeah. There's a lot of abilities that use it. Dexterity has some good ones. They have Adrenaline just take an additional turn. I'm gonna lower this down to 3. Make a single weapon attack that deals 1 damage. It's a free action, which could apply a lot of poison. That's why it's 1 damage. Barrage lets you shoot a ton of shit. There's a really good one I added here on Ranger the other day. I like didn't like Ranger at all, and then I added this, and I think they're really cool now. Apply True Shot to yourself. It costs 3 adrenaline. True Shot doubles your accuracy for 1 attack, which can increase your chance to crit. And if you have enough accuracy, you Omega Crit, which is a huge damage multiplier. And bows in general for Rangers can have the highest critical multiplier in the game. And I like that this scales into if your True Shot kills a target, gain it back. It has to cost 1 adrenaline though, otherwise you can infinite chain that because the super crit damage is nuts. And they have other things that gain the precision status at the start of combat, which is plus 50% crit multiplier. Automatically goes away after 1 crit. Same thing when you kill someone while you have precision, regain it. Cool stuff. And then a whole bunch of feat taxes to get conditional +1, which is really cool, which makes every condition that I made for the game better. There's like a 3-tier scale system for conditional. It has 3 tiers. Like I just said, the only way you can get all 3 is if you took this skill. And, actually, shit, no. No, you can't do it. Never mind. Can't get tier 3. It was mostly made for bosses anyway. I just thought it was cute that you could get all 3, but you can't. Barbarian gets conditional for each. If you select Barbarian guy twice, you get 2 conditional. So, but if you took Barbarian twice, then you obviously can't take this skill. Unless technically. No, you couldn't do it. There's a way that this skill lets you take any skill from any tree that you don't even have access to, but you wouldn't be able to get that either. Ster, I want kiss. Mwah. How long have I been working on this? Basically, very seriously for the last 4 or 5 months. Started working on it 2 years ago. Alright, anyway, last skill. Speaking of adrenaline, 5 adrenaline, next round, nobody may use an action. Alternatively, stalemate may apply to the current round, -1 adrenaline cost. Man, if all the enemies were below you, that's some fuck 'em. I like that. So the cost on adrenaline is pretty high there. You gain 1 adrenaline per turn, unless you're using things like the trust that gains you adrenaline, which is why it's pretty potent. There's some other stuff like decide to deal 50% of your HP at the beginning of combat to gain 3 adrenaline or 2 more, which would actually start you with 7? No, 6. Start you with 6 on round 1 of combat. That let you slam. I need to make a few more of these choices though. Ow! Anyway, okay, that's that class done. That was looking good. Was that 4 classes, 4 subclasses? You start in the middle, kind of Path of Exile-ish. These are different stat trees. Goes dexterity is up, intelligence is to the right, strength down, madness to the left. You get to choose 2 paths. which means 2 classes, and you can choose the same path twice. So if you went down Madness, you'd get to pick one of these, not 4. But if you took Madness twice, then you could take 2 of them. So it's just, like, multi-classing is built in, but you're never going to be able to do more than 2. Unless this one ability lets you take fucking skill from anywhere, like I was saying. Which is, a little bit OP. A little bit OP, potentially, but all these abilities are kind of OP, so I don't know. I like making builds. I like the option to choose anything I want. What time is it? It's 8:30. Damn. I think I might go.
Where are you going?
Take a break for the day. Watch TV. Pee. Eat dinner.
Oh. Could have made up something cooler for Chad.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Fuck. Dude, that's the OP build, Ashley.
What is it? Let me play it.
You'd have to go double intelligence.
Okay.
You take Wonder Child, select one skill from a class with a different stat tree. You would take every bit of crit multiplier that intelligence gets. You'd use Wonder Child to come up here and take True Shot. That doubles your accuracy. And then they also have the ability to get Vigilant, which is a whole bunch of accuracy stacking. So you would have a massive crit multiplier, while also being able to double your accuracy, which is stupid high because you get Vigilant. And the classes you take honestly wouldn't even matter at this point. I don't think there's a character here that would even benefit from, like, just base stat value. That crit multiplier scares me. I've been doing some testing with it, and it's fucking really spooky. I don't think double int would be necessary. But, like, a combination of int with the crit multiplier they get access to. Oh, they also have it here. Plus 30%. Yeah, no, dude, double down. Then probably go into Tactician and just get Studied Strike stuff for sneak attacks. And use a bow. Which... Huh, no, that wouldn't be good. Okay, I want to get to the bottom of this. So the best way to build a crit multiplier, accuracy, actually high chance to crit character. Because the dilemma here with taking double intelligence is that you don't gain increased light weapon mastery. And you're going to want light weapon mastery so that you can use the better bows. Never mind! Fuck, no, you would still need at least 1. How would you get at least 1 without going dex? I never really thought how difficult it is for int that they don't gain weapon masteries. Which is good here because this would get pretty strong. I think one of these had a way to gain mastery with blunt weapons, which wouldn't matter. That's a good question. So the previous rule was that if you didn't have the weapon tier to use a weapon, you would deal half damage using it. Which in this case might be worth it. However, a short bow gains 30% crit multiplier if you have tier 3 ranged weapon. Because I added a bunch of unique abilities to weapons and I gave short bow just crit mult. So you would need 1 dex, which is fine. You could still get most of the crit multiplier here. Wait, no, I guess it doesn't matter because technically if you took double int, you would get the same amount of crit from their ultimate thingy. I appreciate. This system's really good. It makes you think. There's so many character options here. I really got to get to the bottom. How all this works together and how we interact. Very cool. Wow, great job, streamer. I think you would just take the class. You wouldn't need to use Wonder Child. You'd go int for the crit mult, get crit multiplier. Should put you at 120% crit multiplier just from going in 20 180%. $230 from precision. Then you'd get true shot to double accuracy. If you're able to get enough accuracy, you gain 150% crit multiplier from hitting the super crit. It would take quite a lot of skill levels to get there because you would need a way to gain vigilance. So you would need this as well. But then the problem is I think you would have no added damage. It would all be crit multiplier unless you had some way to deal additional damage. So I think actually this sucks. I've loosely been trying to figure this out whenever I'm making class stuff or just working on this in general. I keep thinking, what would be the best way to do crit accuracy? Because you need a lot of accuracy to consistently crit. You could make a build that just crits every other attack, no problem. But then you probably won't have crit multiplier. So it's hard to balance both. And then if you do balance both of those, you don't have enough base damage. So it's a really, really complex problem of which one's the best. Because then you could argue going to strength gives you some ridiculous flat damage that you're not going to be able to get anywhere else. In Vicious Strikes. Vicious Strikes, you just kill yourself. It reflects the damage back at you that it adds, and it's crit multiplied as well. But if your crit multiplier is low, I don't know. It's a lot of flat damage though. Any spells that buff your teammates' damage? I think I removed the one that Tactician had. Just because of how the damage adding works on weapons, and I didn't want to deal with it, and this system isn't built to handle it very well. The way it's auto-calculating stuff now. So the closest might be this class has a way to add Frenzy to an ally, which is 1d3 additional damage. You wouldn't have bonus Frenzy unless you had magic items that gave it to you. Oh wait. My brain. I keep forgetting that you add dex or strength to damage. I don't know why. Like, I look over at stuff and I'm like, okay, so bow does 2 damage. That's it. Oh, that sucks. But no, it's 2 plus strength. Or 2 plus dex. Or 1d dex. So it actually wouldn't be that bad of a base. And you would take Tactician to get sneak attack. Yeah. Somewhere deep within there is built a ridiculous crit multiplier fucker. How often is healing available? Honestly, almost every class has some way to heal. So healing is pretty widely available in a lot of different forms. If that's what you mean. How does an archer-like character deal damage to the system? Well, that's what I'm kind of going over, is that they're focused on crit multiplier and accuracy. I was trying to figure out the best way to do it. They also have some... The scary part is if you had enough adrenaline to combine all of these things, then you use Hour Rain, so a single attack is dealt as damage in an AoE. So you would have a super high boosted accuracy. For a single attack, you're able to boost your crit multiplier by a ton. And that single attack would apply in an area. And that's pure fucking, I think is the term the kids are using. Or penetrating shot, which is less adrenaline, but it's a single arrow that goes through everybody. Use the any skill for vicious? Maybe. You'd pass up on getting crit multiplier. You would take the any skill, and you can go down and take vicious attacks. You would absolutely need an ally healing you constantly while you hide and stuff. Okay, hold on. I need to find... how... I forget how Vigilant is added, which is the accuracy adding buff. I don't recall. I know one of these classes has like, oh, add just boom. Nah, you know what it is. It's Chill Boy. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. This. Adrenaline 1, Sanity 20, apply Vigilant 3 to yourself. Which can be with one skill of Vigilant 4. Which is 40 accuracy. I don't think that's enough. But what Intelligence gets is always gain +1 higher level of Vigilant. So you'd get Vigilant 5 if you went up to him. Piercing Shot does not go through walls. No. Oh, actually, I forgot. Yeah, the skill doesn't let you get vicious. Who did that? Who did that? Who made that? I don't understand. The motivation for D3? Just damage values are lower. I like lower damage values in general. And damage values don't scale extremely high. It's just the same thing between a D3 and a D6. One's just half. If you half everything, then you know, a smaller number is easier to understand for everybody. Easier to balance. You don't have wide spreads of it could be this, could be that. Like a 1d12 axe attack in 5th edition is I could hit this enemy for 1 or 12. It's a little bit too much variance. The system before this that I stopped working on and kind of scrapped to go to this was no variance at all. So I heavily lean in the favor of that. But as I found, no variance is a little bit awkward for tabletop. With like players in D&D and all that. Using multipliers instead of addition. The only thing that multiplies is crit. So you're not multiplying multipliers. It's just there is a crit multiplier mechanic. That's it. And part of me thinks it's going to be too strong because there are some ways to get a really high crit multiplier. But then part of me thinks the individual skills don't give you a lot, and the base values of damage is quite low. So it's multiplying a small number. I don't know. A little bit of a gray area. I'd say that's my number 2 thing that I'm curious to see within like a play test of everything happening. If anybody does a crit multiplier build, and I don't expect them to do, because even as you see me going through this, I've made this shit and it's still like really complicated to figure out exactly how it would work and what you'd want to build. And I don't think any player is going to put that much thought into it. Maybe Arcadum would. Moon wouldn't. Ashley won't. I don't know anything about stripping, but I don't suspect he would. And I don't think Shorefor would either. I mean, they might just say, oh, you know, I want to play an archer, and like just stumble into taking crit multiplier, but I don't think anyone's gonna like think it that hard. I don't think Arcadum's gonna try and break your game. Maybe I mean, everyone likes to build powerful characters. I'm fairly certain Arcadum's gonna take this class, which has the vicious strikes in it. And I think when he reads what that does, he might just be down for unrelenting, unapologetic slamming and go a full vicious strike build. Which you could you could really make the kill yourself build so easily. For frenzy, you go frenzy and vicious, you would hit for so much, but you'd fucking die. It was pretty much why the skill exists. You do not die until you reach negative 30 hit points. Default's minus 10. I think that's how I'm going to do it. I was unsure last stream when you would actually die. I think that's what I got to do. Turn your character into a bow upon death. Yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, all right. You're a bow now.
I want to be a bow.
Same. Suicide build sounds awesome. I could show you here. Let's do something real quick. I'm gonna duplicate my dagger weapon. Figure out how this would actually look if you're doing a vicious strike. You would probably do a two-handed weapon. Actually, if you did Vicious Strike, if you dual wielded daggers, you could Vicious Strike twice, which would hit you twice. Dagger might be the way to go if you truly wanted to kill yourself. Actually, oh my god. Fuck, I figured it out. I figured out the kill yourself build. You gotta come back over here and reread. Alchemist has 4 arms ability. Extra arms. They gotta have them. Gaining a USC, you have 2 extra arms. All attacks after the first attack on your turn have the full cover penalty. Okay, so you could have 4 daggers. You would be a strength build, so it's dagger is 1 piercing damage plus 1d strength. No added accuracy. I'm an idiot. No crit. No added damage. Okay. Okay, so character would default character 30 HP. You'd be strength, so you'd have 38. Wait. You'd have 34 because you'd be half in at a minimum. You have 34. Where that shit at? Vicious condition and the frenzy condition. Frenzy, you could easily get +2. Bonus frenzy, where is that? Frenzy increase 2. Let me double check. Let me go. You'd probably take power attack. Strength is added to weapon damage one more time. Take that twice. Even though you get minus 20 accuracy, you don't give a shit. Then you cannot gain vigilant or precision, but you gain +2 frenzy damage. That's where I'm getting that from. So, on my dagger, my joke dagger quad attack build, it would be 3d strength. Okay, and I have frenzy and I have vicious on me. This is like a level 1 build, or like level 3, the equivalent of 5th edition, because that's when you get your class perk, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so I have 34 health. I get 4 attacks. Enemy has no cover. Vicious, I took 5 damage. Did 14. I did fucking 14 with a dagger? That's frightening me. Frightening me. This is it. Shit, this is fucking it. Attack again, I take 6 damage. I'm down to 23 health. I have 2 more attacks because I have 4 arms. Okay, no, this is not level 1 because you had to go down like 3 or 4 skills on arms. But these have full cover, so it's unlikely these hit. But it does. Oh, wait, shit. Is my accuracy... My accuracy should be minus 20. Whatever. Let's just... It doesn't matter. Attack again, full cover. Hit. How I got super lucky to hit full cover twice. Vicious did 3 damage to me. So after that... $14 plus 15 plus 15 plus 13. All piercing damage because it's done with daggers. 57 fucking... Oh my god. I think that's it. I don't think you can beat that on a raw damage character. You almost killed yourself. What's the dagger special ability? Just added them this morning, I don't recall. Oh, I can't use that anyway. Gain precision. Now! Hold up, wait, we had 4 arms? Hold up. We attacked 4 times. I did not consider that we took a level and we took the strength path. So we could technically have 3 adrenaline and double attack. You made double strike. Wait, no, shit, with a single weapon. So we would get 1 more attack. Wait, no, I can't because that's a full action. No, wouldn't work. Wouldn't work. I would need 2 levels in this to get that, and I took 1 in intelligence for the arm, so I couldn't do that. Guarantee that all weapon attacks this turn are critical hits. You receive damage equal to half the damage you deal. I forgot this existed. This damage will never damage you below 1 HP. This ability cannot be used if you are below 1 HP. I would have to code this special. I'm not... This is a huge pain in the ass. I'm thinking if it's worth it. You're not technically dead if you're below 1 HP. There's the resolve, which keeps you conscious when you're in negative hit points. However, with this, the vicious would still be hurting you. I need to like add a similar thing that's a little bit less weird. But yeah, theoretically, I would at least get another attack. Boop. It would probably also be full cover. Miss. The thing with this where Vicious gets fucky is, is when you actually do start critting. Let's pop, like, oh wow, I'm crazy accurate for no fucking reason. Your 16 damage multiplied by 48 vicious, 18 damage. One swing was more than half my own health. Because I did 48 damage with it. I don't think that'll be possible. In a rare circumstance, perhaps. But yeah, damage gets a little kooky considering daggers are literally 1 damage weapons. They couldn't be lower unless they were 0 and they only scaled on your own attack power. So 1 damage weapon hit for 48. Because I have strength applied to it 3 times. Plus vicious. Plus frenzy. Highest adrenaline you can get is 8. Which probably won't happen. But adrenaline abilities are phrased in a way that they are... most of them non-exclusive. So you can save and stack them. Most of them are like free actions, essentially. Good example. Oh, cleave isn't actually... Oh, this is how you kill yourself. Cleave, duh. When you use the default attack action to attack a target within your melee reach, you may also attack one other target adjacent to that. You just... And if you took cleave twice, you'd... If, in the perfect scenario, attack 3 targets every time you attack with 4 attacks. And they would all have vicious, and you'd totally take like 100 damage and die. Feels good. Alright, but with me, like, I'm done theory crafting the game that doesn't exist yet. I got some more revisions to do on this. I could potentially stream tomorrow. I kind of want to stream like some more making this leading up to that day to build a hype. I think they call it hype, interest, awareness, something like that. But we'll see. Theory crafting optimal suicide. I think there's much easier ways. If the goal was suicide and not dealing damage to enemies while suiciding. Hold on. No, I must theory craft this now. How would you kill yourself? Oh no, he would go crazy the fastest. Don't believe he has a suicider. And this isn't just stabbing yourself with a weapon. That's too simple. There's no... Wait, is there? Assassinate. Make a single attack with one weapon. Multiply the total damage dealt by 3 times. If it's a dagger, multiply the damage by 5 times. This is an ancient relic of an ability that I think... Holy shit. That did not used to be as fucking scary as that read. Braxton Farley, thanks for having great taste in games. You're a gamer that has showed me what games I like to game with. Game on, gamer. Thanks, gamer. Game with me too, game. I'm gonna leave. I'm leaving. That's fine. That's fine. If you're gonna kill yourself in technically 1 turn, I think you would do time capsule on yourself. Then you're just jumping off a cliff, essentially. I don't know, Vicious almost killed me in 1 actual turn. That probably is the fastest what we just did. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Delta Castle, thank you so much. I'll see you when I see you, and if I don't, that's your fault.
Good night, everyone.